can respond.
Yes, Prof. And also I do monitor the chat and all the questions. And you will see I've kept a copy of all of yesterday's also. So
Wow, that's good.
Mr. Koosman?
Yes.
Can
Yes,
you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Perfect. And I also enjoy looking at you.
You will please see that I followed your lead yesterday.
Uh-huh.
And I know that you're a supporter of the Republican Party in America. So you had your red tie on yesterday. So I put on my blue tie because I support Barack Obama.
You know, we are fully confused who should be supported by us, you know, and I personally in the United States. I think now when we look at the entire political scene in the United States, our impression that it is all the same, you know, and all the same.
Yeah, that's what we think, but
nothing will change, you know, in the behavior of this country.
Yeah, but I picked up on your message yesterday to Andre when you told him the young people must take communism forward, you know. But I picked on that one, you know, and I wanted to interject to say UNESCO is not a political party.
You know, they're secret, you know, they are secret Trotskyists.
No, that I picked up on that one. Being a politician, I picked up on that one, you know. Yeah.
So, shall we start our session? It is 4.
Let's start.
Yeah. Karthik?
Yes, sir.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So, you know, Rao, just a second. You know, all remarks by Coetzee is we can consider this the first sentences of his report on how to use information for development, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so, shall I say a quick couple of words and then we get into it?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, just I will introduce you, then you can start your chairing of the session.
Okay.
Yeah, I will speak just 1 minute and then you can start the session. I will invite you to chair the session, then we can start. Yeah, I welcome all of you to the second day of the conference. Today we have the first session of the second day is on information development, chaired by Georgi Simon, and we have three presentations. We have how many? 1, 2, 3, 4 presentations. 4 presentations in this session. Five presentations in this session, and each speaker will have 15 minutes time to make his presentation, and 5 minutes for question and answers. And for the smooth functioning of the session, it is proposed that all participants will put their questions in the chat box, and the speaker will pick up these questions and will answer at the end. And each speaker will be given 5 minutes to respond to the questions of the participants, questions or clarifications of the participant. So I request all the participants, speakers to stick to the time so that we can have a fruitful discussion and give chance to all speakers and participants. Thank you. Now, may I request Jörg Simmons to chair this session.
Okay, I mean, as has been said, we have 5 interesting and very timely presentations from different parts of the world. And so we're in for an interesting time. Just to add, with 5, we need to keep the time. For the audience, when you're listening, if a question comes up, please feel free to use the chat function. Pose your question on the chat function. What is the question? To who you want to address the question? And this can facilitate things. My role here is to keep the order to keep things moving along in a timely function. And so in keeping with this, I would like to turn it over now to the first presentation. So please, Coetzee.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I wish to recognize the role played by Dorothy Gordon as the chairperson of IFOP, and our friend Mr. Evgeny Kuzmin from Moscow as one of the vice chairpersons. All of the UNESCO and IFOP staff. IFOP is a very, very important role player all over the world, but especially in Africa. And therefore, I want to especially recognize the Kenya office, the Harare office, and the South African office, where we had Mr. Carlton Mukwevu also addressed our event yesterday. But then also to the chairperson of the conference, Professor Rao, and his team, Dr. Siva, and for the event that they organized. And I must admit, the quality of the event and the contributions by the event is, as you said, Chairperson, very valuable. I thank you for the opportunity. I will have 16 slides, but the last one is just to thank you. So if you want to count me out on some of them, you're more than welcome. Yesterday, Chairperson, we were informed by different role players on different important matters that we will discuss today. Evgeny spoke about language, Gilvan spoke about language. Evgeny later on mentioned the multifaceted approach by communities. Mexico spoke about translations. Dr. Helen in Kenya spoke about the local languages, and Professor Ramez spoke about the Indian cultures. And therefore, the practical guidelines for using a cultural platform in creating trust in information during times of crisis is relevant today even more than after yesterday's contributions. The paper that will be distributed by the organizing team will indicate the full spectrum of activities that I'm going to refer to. And we met one of the co-authors yesterday, Professor Emeritus Dr. Rafael Capuro from Germany. He also participated. And then also Professor Dr. Johannes Brits from United States at the moment. They are both philosophers and important role players in the field of information ethics and access to information. And they played a very significant role in their own continents, North America and Europe, but also in South America and in Africa. And that is why it's a privilege for me to co-present this paper to you. When we speak about access to information, I want us to just be aware of the fact that we don't only speak about what I call top-down information. In the case of COVID, we know that it's global pandemic information and threats that are relevant to different continents, countries, and local communities. Somewhere, the World Health Organization, global powers are all in control of information, and they, to some extent, share with other role players on a top-down approach. But then there's also important information on the access in terms of a bottom-up approach. You will understand that when people say we cannot trust Africa, we cannot trust African information, we don't know if it's true, we can't trust the information in China or wherever, they actually refer to bottom-up information, the credibility of the access to good information that must come from the bottom, from communities, from countries, from continents to the global level. Then we also talk about pre, during, and post-crisis information. We must attend to the level of that information if we run the crisis and we keep on watching who did not give us information previously or prior to the crisis, then we harm ourselves on two levels. The one is we don't have the initial information and we don't manage the access to the current information because of the fact that we are not focusing on where we should focus on pre, during, and post-crisis information. And then the last remark is on the access to information. We must ask ourselves, related to the previous remark, what information are we looking at? Information by whom? And when will this information be relevant and accessible? And only if we are aware of those sets of information, then we will be able to really benefit from the access to information. Some academics, and the article will refer to them in detail, said that it's not only the effectiveness and the accessibility of information that is important, but also the mindset that we use to understand the unknown. In other words, the information that we do not yet have. And it is important to then refer to the influence of culture as one of the elements impacting on our mindset. And you will find that in the global media, in local media, and in many research papers and commentators and fake news and real news and true news and alternative facts, where some people have a positive attitude, a positive mindset towards the access to information, a complete open-minded approach to the to access to information, while others have a negative frame of mind and a negative mindset, secrecy, mystery, filtered access, and so on. I'm not discussing this in full now, but the paper does refer to that. Then I want to refer to figure 1. You need not to be able to see it now because it might be very small on your screen. But I am going to refer to figure 1. You will notice that there are 4 quadrants, a green quadrant for existence, cultural activities that focus on existence of communities, a blue quadrant that refers to the construction of communities, a yellow quadrant that refers to the development of communities, and then the red one on social order. I'm not going to refer to this in detail, but I will interpret it somehow. And while we are looking at this bigger picture, you will agree with David of the full reference in the article. More than a decade ago, he said that we must understand that we can break down culture and behavior to very basic elements. But all of these elements remain interrelated and interdependent if we look at access to information in times of crisis. And then he goes further and he says, one malfunctioning element will affect the functioning of the entire community, positively and negatively. So if one is working well, we must focus on the one that is working well. We must also ask ourselves from a cultural point of view, who in your cultural environment, in your ecosystem of managing information, managing access to true information, who is doing the filtering of your information? If the statisticians do that, you will receive estimates and predictions. If mathematical specialists will do the filtering of your information, then you will get numbers and calculations. If it is medical practitioners, you will get medical procedures and possible cures. If it's lawyers and police, you will get rules and regulations. If it's economists, you will see their financial consequences. Business people will talk to you about shortages and high prices of products. The media will focus your attention on something that can tell the stories and sell the stories. Religious leaders will give you devotion and prayers, while politicians will tell you who to blame, and they will use it in their next election speech. I'm referring to this as different cultural activities: religion, politics, business, law, medical or health. And each one of these will have their own focus if you allow them to be your only filter to evaluate access to information. In South Africa, we have that medical people and people working with statistics are managing our information. Therefore, every evening we will hear smoking is bad, drinking is bad, medical. Therefore, look at how many people died yesterday, statistics. Nobody is talking about beliefs. Now and then we have politicians on TV, but the filtering of the South African information is done by very specific groups of specialists. When we want to integrate the trust that leads to motivation in using the information, we must look at the wider human needs. And if you expand the insight and awareness, you will have an expansion of the impact on human behavior, which is important in times of crisis. Therefore, I interpreted figure 1 a little bit and say that we must be able to link in times of crisis access to information to address certain needs. And those human needs are from the circles. First of all, the need for life, existence, and health. The second one is, and there people would like to hear about a cure and not necessarily fear and death. We have a need to be protected, and therefore we want to hear about the rules and order in the community. Use your masks. Don't go to big funerals. The need for unity. I'm not alone in this fight. I'm not alone in giving up my freedom. I'm doing it for the bigger good, for the larger community, to serve other people as well. We have a need for language, terminology, and communication, and the need to understand the information. If you talk to me, who likes to associate with teaching, but you only give me statistics, I cannot consume that information completely. I must have that information interpreted. And if the interpretation is a filtering, then we must know who's doing the filtering as well. Further to this, we have spiritual and religious needs. And there we talk about ethics and morality. We have economic needs, the need for products, food, and the sustainability thereof. We have a need for social order, where we talk about respect and self-control. And we do have a need for law and discipline with good rules and fair regulations. And only if you speak to people in addressing their needs for specific information, according to the language of that person's interest or training or level of training, then only the information will make sense in changing people's behavior. Let me just go back to this slide for a moment and say, if you want to have the cooperation of people, then we must make sure that they hear the message on the level where they are, and they receive the information on the level which they can manage that information. No use in giving people information on a level that they cannot interpret it. If we give them statistics every evening on how many people die, we will create fear. And that is not necessarily what we want. Towards the process to create the reliability, the article creates 6 steps that we want to encourage in the process of making sure that governments or authorities or community leaders communicate the correct information to their constituencies or their towns or their cities. I included this diagram for you to read later on. Let me come to the conclusions and then my recommendations for policy. The first conclusion is that culture is a structured unit of interlinked community activities that should be part of the ecosystem to address access to information, also in times of crisis. Secondly, communities respond to crisis from their cultural background. Whether that cultural background is because of their training or their traditions or their respect for elders, whether it's a highly developed community or a third world country or even a developing country or a least developed country, they all respond to information within that framework of their existence. Lastly, the success of sustainable responses to crises increases with a holistic and integrated platform for access to information. Talk to people within the total ecosystem and not with interpreted information as I refer to statistics. Then the request for policy recommendations. Chairperson, I left 2 or 3 minutes for this because it's very important. We would like to request governments or UNESCO and IFOP, maybe it will be an IFOP request, to consider developing an international set of guidelines for ethical and holistic management information during times of crisis. If all countries respond to the same questions, the same categories of information, we have information that is comparable, manageable, and that makes sense. And nobody needs to interpret that. The second request for policy is to compile a universal framework for monitoring access to information in times of crisis. Remember, top down and bottom up in terms of pre, during, and post information. And then the last one, specifically to Africa, we have the critical remarks made by many countries that we cannot trust the information that comes from Africa. And therefore, we propose in a very practical way that UNESCO and IFOP must, together with the University of Pretoria and the Future Africa facilities, in designing a practical framework to monitor access to information for developing and LDC countries, least developed countries. Because we must listen to them. We must include their information. And maybe they do not have the resources to go through all the high-level activities to acquire that information. There is just a little remark on the Future Africa. And then, Chairperson, in conclusion, let us understand information and build truth and trust, especially in times of crisis. If what we experience now is COVID light, what about COVID 3.2 coming up in whenever time? And then information for the sake of development will be categorized in what do I need for development? And if I'm a dubious force or a dubious government, how do I use information to avoid development or even to harm people? Today is not the day to go into the ethical discussion of those, but I think we can all agree that having access to information during times of crisis will enhance development. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you for a very informative and, well, at times provocative set of arguments, but ones that make sense in an era where sense seems to be very difficult to find. So if the audience has any questions, please use the chat function, address your questions to Dr. Bester, and we can take these at the end. We just need to keep this moving now so that we don't overrun the schedule too much. So any questions, please use the chat so Dr. Bester can pick these up and we can answer them at the end. So I now call upon the second speaker, Dr. Pimienta, to please begin your presentation.
It's very good to see many friendly faces today here. Take the opportunity to salute Rao, to say hola to Evgeny, and many more which are here. Let me share my screen with the presentation. Is it functioning? Are you seeing my presentation?
No.
Let's see.
Not yet. It hasn't
Not
come
yet.
through.
Let me do it again. Okay. I think we are working now.
Yes. Yes.
Then I will talk about impact of infodemic situation related to COVID-19 pandemic and recommendations. What does means infodemic? Infodemic is a conjunction of two words, information and epidemic. The definition of infodemic is an overabundance of information, some accurate, some not, that make it hard for people to find trustworthy sources and reliable guidance when they need it. Obviously, I will focus on the presentation on the non-accurate part of the infodemic. Is that a word which has been created for COVID-19 times? No. The word appeared, I think it was created by World Health Organization in 2004, but clearly, as Google Trends show it, it has been booming now in time of COVID-19. How bad is infodemic related to COVID? I start using Wikipedia to understand about infodemic, and I discovered a huge article. The average Wikipedia article is around 600 words. The Wikipedia article misinformation related to the COVID-19 pandemic is almost 40,000 words, 838 pages. I checked what was the largest Wikipedia article. It is about Donald Trump, and it's not very much. So it means that there is a lot of information related to infodemic. Some related information, in 1 month, in March, more than 300 million videos were uploaded in YouTube, almost 20,000 articles in Google Scholar, and 500 million tweets about COVID-19. What's wrong about infodemic? First of all, it induces behavior change toward more risk. People, because they believe some fake news, are releasing the distanciation, are releasing the mask. It does also affect mental health and can provoke anxiety and depression. And for people like us who are researchers, it makes hard to find trustworthy source and guidance. So it is a real problem. If I was trying to make an analogy between epidemic protection and infodemic protection, I will suggest that if for an epidemic, social distancing more than 1 meter, maybe 2 meters, is a good protection, for infodemic, distancing from social networks could be the equivalent. If using mask is, when distancing is not possible, a good way to protect itself, the use of information literacy skills when in social network will be the analogy. And if washing the hand frequently and thoroughly is a good defense against the virus, checking source before forwarding, checking thoroughly and frequently source systematically will be the equivalent. So my first recommendation for the long term is to treat information literacy as a worldwide priority to boost educational programs at all levels and contexts. Recently, I have written 3 papers on different subjects and infodemic and COVID, and the 3 converge to the same conclusions. We need to treat information literacy as an emergency as important and as global warming, because there are many reasons which converge to that emergency. What are the policies against infodemic? Most national health agencies, World Health Organization, do provide excellent material to counter fake news, excellent rational statistician, mathematician, and many traditional press media offer good fact-checking sections. However, this is not a solution, and we'll see why. And we have to understand that many surveys in different countries show that in some countries, between 30 and 50% of the population is not ready to trust this type of information. Why so? The same people who believe in fake news are prone to believe in conspiracy theories. The same people, more or less, in majority, are against vaccination. The same people mistrust institutional voice, being from government or international organization. The same people mistrust traditional media and their fact-checking approach. So any rational argument will not work. They will say, this is part of the conspiracy. I won't trust it. So there is no way to rationalize those people. We got a deadlock situation. I'm not a specialist in health and I'm not a specialist in psychology, but I start thinking what could be an approximation research toward this deadlock. And I found the concept of double bind, which comes from psychologists, a good analogy. Double bind is when you got a paradoxical injunction, like the one on the cartoon. Bateson, who is a psychologist who created the concept of double bind to treat case of schizophrenia, gives this example as a basis. The mother said to the kid, be spontaneous. And the kid is trapped on a deadlock. Because if he is spontaneous, he is not spontaneous because he answers the mother requirements. And psychologists say that the best way to destroy the deadlock of double bind is to make a positive double bind as an answer. If the kid will answer to the mother, teach me to be spontaneous, he will reverse the double bind. So I wonder if, that's my first recommendation, an alliance between IFAP, UNESCO, and World Health Organization, trying to make a team between both organizations and psychologists specialized in positive double bind, plus social network specialists, because you cannot reach these people who mistrust traditional media by traditional channels. You have to reach them by the same channel, social media. So we could redesign a rational version of anti-fake news into a double-bound version. An idea. People are against vaccination. Make them part of vaccination test as a role of no vaccination to make a witness. Try to make them inside their own contradiction. There is another issue with the infodemic epidemic. It is the image of science. The image of science has been damaged during those days of infodemic. Oh, what happened? I lost my, sorry. Why did that happen? First of it, because the timing of research in medicine have nothing to do with the timing of an epidemic. You cannot find a vaccination solution, neither medicine in weeks. It takes months, years. And the public is expecting something fast. Secondly, the medical consensus reaching, which is a normal part of scientific method, have been put under public media light. So people haven't said, but these people, they are not agreeing. It's a mess. They have not understood that is the normal and sane way of doing science. You disagree for a while and then you reach a consensus. And there is something more I need to add as a French person. There is a buzz made by a famous French researcher and physician who prefer to use social media than scientific media to promote his beliefs. All these three have made a very strong damage to science. My recommendation here is basic of epistemology, of scientific method needs to be included in information literacy. We need to make people understand how science functions. So I'm concluding my presentation with the three reminders of recommendation I have made. And I want to add, just to conclude in time, this paper, I have read it after I make my paper and my presentation, because I have no data about the consequence of infodemic. At least 800 deaths and almost 6,000 hospital admissions are due to COVID-19 infodemic between January and March 2020. This is a paper who happened to be published in August a few days ago. So it is not a joke. Infodemic kill people. And information literacy is basically the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Very lively and somewhat alarming at the same time summary of this infodemic. Of course, one of the main issues is information is needed most at a time like this. And what we have currently is a lack of trust in the information, because information is not being used to inform, it's being used to influence people. And we're seeing the consequences of this. For example, one of the things which is just happening with the EU at the moment, you've got a lot of these vaccine manufacturers that are lobbying the EU to be exempt from legal action should the vaccines have some negative repercussions. And these vaccines have been rushed, of course. So, I mean, this just adds more to this whole information environment of mistrust. So, yes, I mean, how to get out of that? This is the question which will keep you busy for a long time, I suspect. So, if anyone has questions for the speaker, please post them on chat, address them to him. We will take these at the end. So thank you for a great overview of this. I call on the next speaker, Dr. Thoman. Pierre-Emmanuel, where are you?
Yes, I'm in French countryside in Lorraine, near the Vosges mountains, in the cottage of my parents. So I'm surrounded by forest here. And social distancing is very easy here. So I will now share my screen. Is it coming now?
Yes, it's here.
You see it? Wonderful. Yes. So I would like to start to thank all organizers for this very interesting conference, and also thank them for my invitation to invite me to be able to share a few of my ideas. My approach will be how can access to information build resilience to avoid future crises, and in particular, I will talk about pandemics, geopolitics, and access to information to improve resilience. And since I'm French and European, I will have a European point of view on this crisis. First of all, I will focus on the diagnosis. This COVID-19 pandemic actually was a surprise for a geopolitician like me, since I never seen in my lifetime, and it's probably new as well, that a pandemic, a health problem, was used as a factor of power between great powers. And it demonstrated that resilience in health matter is very fragile in our globalized world, because we are in a context of a global geopolitical rivalry between great powers. And the health crisis was the object of instrumentalization within this framework of world global rivalries, especially with war of communication. And as everybody noticed, there was an attempt to discredit international organization, especially World Health Organization. And the coronavirus pandemic itself has turned into a geopolitical war, a geopolitical confrontation, since this pandemic will lead to a new hierarchy of world power after the crisis. And the first lesson to be learned for geopoliticians is that the mastery of medical research, health policies, drug production, possession of vaccine, and also the strategy chosen to fight a pandemic, the use of strategic communication for bringing the nation together, but also the attempt to discredit rivals, promoting a specific political model on its own territory, or try to impose ideas and propaganda on territory of rivals, they become factors of power. Health problems are becoming factors of power like military, economic, or energy tools. So there is an enlargement of factor of powers, and this is why at the beginning of this pandemic, actually, the paradigm was not cooperation, but confrontation on information war. And this has been a fact at a global level, but also within European Union itself, which is quite worrying. And another lesson also is that the exploitation of big data, artificial intelligence, new information technology, of course, like in other thematic, is becoming more and more important, because to confront and to overcome this pandemic, more and more states have been using these new technologies to control borders, to control their own territory, to control citizens. And I think we enter in a new phase of development of new information technologies, artificial intelligence in health matters, but also this information technologies will be used for power, for governments to have more power to control their own territory. And I think we are not gonna be able to come back to ante situation. But of course, we'll have to deal with this new paradigm of control of societies, control of territory and borders. And it will be a difficult debate to engage, because of course there is a big contradictions between the need for security, the need to confront health problems and pandemic, and the liberty, freedom of people, of societies. This will be a major subject in the future, and especially in this context of rival geopolitical games, where states don't trust each other. So how to to overcome this situation, this difficult situation. I think because of this global geopolitical rivalries, and we noticed that this pandemic was actually the disputes between states about the pandemic was the same pattern as the global geopolitical rivalries emerging at global level. And of course, there was the rivalry between United States and China, and you could see most of states in the world aligning themselves on this sort of G2, on this global confrontation. And the European Union, for example, more or less reproduce the information war against China, because I would say the Western world was trying to make China as a new adversary. But within European Union itself as well, there was at the first phase of the pandemic, rivalry between states and especially between EU level and states, because EU level was still promoting open society, didn't want to close border, but states have chosen to close the borders without consulting each other. And you could notice that EU as a system was not the most relevant to manage this crisis, and the power was very much more on the nation state level. And this doesn't mean there should not be cooperation between international organizations. On the contrary, but with the pandemic, we notice that the level of a nation state is still very relevant, because it's where the health policies are the best managed, and where the state can have a interaction with its population, and the level of democracy is at a national level. However, because of this very rising geopolitical rivalries between all states, cooperation between international organizations is all the more important. And the resilience of nations will depend both at the resilience at national level for health policies, but also the overcoming of rivalry, but by protecting this international system of cooperation. And what will be important in this global geopolitical rivalry, the problem will be that big states will gain more and more power through this sort of crisis, especially because my hypothesis as a geopolitician is that the unsaid about this pandemic, and why it became very soon very straight a factor of rivalry and power. It's because also it's a test for maybe a biological war. Of course, it's not a biological war, but this pandemic is also observed by states, and this is why also military were implicated in combating the virus, for building hospitals and for building infrastructure. It's because states observe the reaction of states and their own population, because for future crises in case of biological war. And this is why also it became instrumentalized in terms of information war. So this means that resilience in the future will very much depend on the willingness, acceptance of cooperation between states, and also not to let only big states control and have access to best information to combat combat pandemia. And this is why also it will be important with new information technologies, artificial intelligence, new research on health, a sharing on results between all states, and not a monopolization of big states of these health policies, vaccine, and information channels by big states, because their reaction is to use it for power games and to gain even more power, and smaller states will be disadvantaged in this new global geopolitical arena where pandemia are used as a power game. And this is why I made a few recommendations regarding this thematic to overcome the risk of strengthening geopolitical imbalances due to unequal access. Of course, the best will be to support international cooperation with common platforms for big data, research centers on pandemics, and this can only be manageable and through international organization. That's why it's all the more important for states to support cooperation within United Nations system, UNESCO, World Health Organization. But since we noticed that even this organization were discredited in this information war, it's all the more important if all member states don't agree with the process that a minimum of states, a coalition of states, try to support this international organization system to continue to share information, even if some states, opt out and get out of this of World Health Organization, or don't trust the information by international organizations because of the geopolitical games. I think also what is important, although cooperation between international organizations is important, is that we should reaffirm the principle of sovereignty of states, because this is the only way for medium-sized and smaller states, weaker states, to have also access to information and research results in order they are not instrumentalized by big powers in this new geopolitical confrontation. So the sovereignty of states should be reaffirmed. And for example, we should not let the GAFA monopolize new information tools on databases and in health matters. And this is why a coalition of voluntary states should maintain the UN system working and improve it, even if some larger states refuse to share information and try to discredit this the system. This is more or less I will end up there. Our recommendations are part of my conclusion, and now I'll leave it to the debate. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Pierre-Emmanuel. Well, I mean, what we see if we're looking at geopolitics is the issue to either fight back and prevent these global transformations, geopolitical transformations, from a unipolar world to a multipolar world. So that's on the one hand. On the other hand, those who have the unipolar world, this Western-centric power system, are trying to retain that system. So, I mean, you got the both sides. There tends to be a general growing consensus that the outcome is likely to be that it will not change a transformation that is already taking place. But what it could do is accelerate the pace of the existing changes. So it's going to be watch the space very carefully, because these things might happen a bit more quickly than what we anticipate. It's all a matter of credibility, reliability, I mean, all of these kinds of factors. Time will tell. So thanks for the presentation. Now we move to another continent. Susanna, you're all ready to give your presentation.
Good morning to everyone. It's very early here in Argentina, and I would like to thank you for the invitation. I would like to thank particularly Dorothy Gordon, and Evgeny Kuzmin, and I would like to say hello to very good friends here like Daniel and Gilvan and Rafael. Okay, so I will use my PPT presentation, okay? Can you authorize me to share my screen?
You should be able to just share screen, and it should come up.
Yes.
Well, given the authorization.
I thought it was in my, wait. Sorry. Now it's here.
Nothing up yet. Yeah.
You don't see it yet?
No.
No. Okay. You will. Here it is. Now you see.
No.
Now you can see.
No, there's just your image, your video image.
But I am sharing. I am sharing screen. Let me see. Let me see. Oh my. So share screen. Now.
Yes, now it's starting.
Good. Good.
There we go.
Please,
Voila.
my excuses. At this hour in the morning, I cannot function. Okay, so we'll go to the beginning. We'll begin by the beginning. So my presentation is about access to information and digital tools, not only for this present crisis, but also for further crises in Latin America. Many of us present here, have been working since the 90s to build knowledge societies in our continents and countries. And we met in diverse meetings, ELAC, the World Summits in 2003, 2005, 2015, and we were sure that we were advancing in building knowledge societies for everyone, and there would be no exclusion for anyone. We assumed that once this infrastructure was implemented, then the access to information goals set out in the WISES and LAC conference would be met. Sooner or later, they would be met. And that implied education for all, lifelong learning, MIL, e-government, e-commerce, etc., etc., etc. But, well, COVID arrived, And this year, the pandemic showed this huge reliance on ICTs for almost every aspect of our isolated lives. It meant that overnight, every one of us had become a teleworker. Children were educated by teleeducation. We had access, or we were supposed to have access to e-health, e-government, banking procedures, and above all our affective relationships, our friendship relationships were held by Zooms. Our lives were limited to a kind of a plain shape, our screens. It was really as a life in the screen. So, however, the internet did not stop. It grew weaker, but it did not stop. In Argentina, for example, e-commerce grew 2 years in 3 months. Telework was set up overnight. From a Thursday night to a Friday morning, everyone was supposed to telework. Netflix consumptions and other platforms for entertaining are increasing. In Argentina, internet users grew 50% annually until last year, until 2018. But in June 2020, they had increased to 65% above last year. It has revealed, of course, a lot of online inequalities. What we believed we were building, a non-exclusion knowledge society, revealed to be untrue. By June last year, we were advanced in internet penetration, because by June last year, almost 454 million internet users in the region, compared to about 300 million in 2013. So it had the use of internet had grown very quickly. But these users are very unevenly distributed in both socioeconomic and geographical terms. And digital inclusion is far from being achieved. You may think, well, this was not a new discovery, but we didn't have the conscience about how deep was this situation embedded in our continent. We were confident in internet and promising internet penetration. For example, in January this same year, more than 7 out of 10 South Americans were online, and around 6 out of 10 Caribbeans were connected to the internet. So South America was a region within Latin America and the Caribbean with the highest mobile internet penetration rate. Here you have a table about penetration rate in Latin America. First place, Ecuador, then Argentina, Chile. I think this is a little bit outdated. Uruguay should be a little higher than Argentina. But as you see, it was a relatively satisfactory level of internet penetration. Now, maybe you remember Milton Santos. Milton Santos, who was deceased some years ago, was considered the father of Brazilian sociology, urban sociology. And he said that in cities, there were bright and opaque areas. The bright areas were these bright areas which had all the comfort of first world cities. They were comparable to their neighborhoods, the equivalent neighborhoods in first world cities, while opaque neighborhoods remained that were not visible, not only shanty towns, poor neighborhoods that were not reached by technologies. They were not reached by basic networks like clean water, electricity, gas, sanitary facilities, etc. So it revealed difficult to build knowledge society in this kind of areas. And in this year, this gas has practically jumped to our faces like an alien. There are many e-inclusion gaps. A large part of the population does not have access to remote education, to telework, to e-government, to e-health, and to other services. And according to ECLAC, ECLAC luckily has continued working very steadily and keeping us very informed. The number of people in poverty will increase by 45.5 million this year. It's nearly 40% of the Latin American population. Moreover, it's not a matter of who has access to a computer, who has access to connectivity, but how do they use it? If we examine a composite index of digital household resilience, which is calculated on the internet used to download health, educational, e-commerce operation, and fintech, the Latin America weighted average is 30 with 30.70 on a scale from 1 to 100, while in OECD countries it reaches almost 54%. And even in Latin America, the difference between countries is very important from the digital resilience point of view. From Chile with an index of almost 42% to Bolivia with 6%. So we can ask, is there a real appropriation of ICTs? Internet penetration per se does not indicate a high degree of digital resilience in the LAC households or a real appropriation of ICTs. Internet use in much of the households in the region is limited to communication tools and social networks. So it becomes necessary to recalculate by basic or empirical evidence the importance of ICT use as a mitigating factor in the pandemic and its consequences. I agree with Daniel Pimienta, we must bring science and technology closer to the population. It's necessary to constantly assess and monitor how Latin America and the Caribbean countries are positioned to meet this challenge. And I have a very few recommendations about what is needed in the face of pandemia. One is free access to free scientific information and data to facilitate research into vaccines and other measures. To report public health measures is essential to contain the spread of the virus. Free educational resources keep citizens up to date on the virus. They help ensure compliance with public health notices and allow learning to continue remotely. International cooperation is absolutely needed. It is important for governments to strengthen scientific cooperation and integrate free science into their research program to prevent and mitigate global crises. It's also essential, mainly in these days, to maintain and expand bandwidth. Every time I have to speak in a conference, I'm afraid because I don't know if internet will keep going while I'm speaking. So fixed broadband speed has an impact on GDP of the countries of almost 1% when speed increases by 100%. So in the slowdown broadband recorded in March, if it is perpetuated, the negative economic impact could be quite significant. It's essential to improve governmental communication. At present, we are living in a world of disinformation, of fake news, so it is important that governments provide true and correct information and that we citizens can control the methods by which they give us this situation. It is necessary to support local governments. Many small municipalities don't have the measures even to inform the citizens, even to receive scientific help. So local governments need the support of national and provincial governments to digitally train their officials or their officers in communicating health information measures. Also, national and regional governments can create platforms that provide digital resources to municipalities and encouraging the production and acquisition of appropriate apps or tools for the use of governments and citizens. Well, that's all. Thank you. I can answer all the questions when we arrive to that.
Thank you, Susanna. Very informative and sort of illustrative of the role that technology plays now and how much we've come to rely on it and what happens when that reliability is called into question. I can still remember the days when I was without computers, mobile phones, and things like this. But there are some people who haven't lived with that reality. So it's something that comes to be relied on. And as you say, when not only the technical reliability, but also the informational reliability of these things comes together and gets called into question, it can have some serious consequences for a great deal of people, but also governments and organizations and so forth. So if anyone has questions for Susanna, please put them on the chat and ask her your question, and we'll take it at the end after this next speech, which is the final one on this panel, and then we'll come and visit all of your questions and have a discussion. So I call upon the final speakers about the denial of information, sustaining inequalities and subjugating people.
Yeah. Can I share the slides? Okay.
Yeah, that's so the floor is yours. Yes, we have the shared screen.
Okay. Good morning and good evening to friends. This is a paper both myself and Professor Prabhakar Rao worked on, and I'm glad all the four presentations before mine touched on different other dimensions, whereas our presentation will be focusing slightly on different aspects, dealing with how inequalities are perpetuated by the developmental, programs or even development policies, or in terms of the continuity with regard to the past and the present. And I would like to state that the very idea of development, when we really look at it, because I just wanted to talk about the way development is to be understood in order to appreciate the kind of problems that it has created, even in the pandemic situation today. Now, the very paradox is that most of the countries, most of the countries that you'll find, the more the development, the more the inequalities. This is something what we need to understand. And when we say development should bridge the gaps, but it increases the gaps. It is also responsible for deprivation and denial of access to livelihood earning resources of the people. And it's basically responsible for taking over the resources of the poor. Now, when we say taking over the resources of the poor, because most of the developmental initiatives are only in those areas where large number of resources lie, where you have the indigenous communities and the rural and other poor. So the entire process of resource capture is basically couched in, I would say, very high-handedness and a lot of intriguing kind of legislations, and also withholding of information from those who are affected by the very process of development. Now, what we find, the entire paradigm of development that has been there, it gets much more exposed in the recent COVID-19 because the fault lines of the policies are very clearly demonstrated here. Just 1 second. It's not. Okay. And let me talk about the information and development, because we are looking at the development as a parameter, and information about development is also an important aspect that needs to be looked at. So development is basically, if you really look at it, it is resource consuming. When we say resources consuming, it consumes a lot of natural resources. Now we have the dams, we have many other things constructed, because of which many of the the indigenous communities are removed from those areas, and they have returned to for their livelihood, they have to resort to other kinds of means. So actually, if you look at it, who owns the resources? Is it owned by the poor or the indigenous communities, or is it owned by the wealthy? Actually, if you really look at it, it is not the wealthy who own it, it is the poor. Historically speaking, they own the resources, and they are the ones who actually controlled and helped the growth of those resources, which now we find are absolutely in jeopardy, because the development always eyes on those resources. So now what happens is, when actually these communities which own these resources, actually they are rich, but they became resourceful by virtue of the governmental and other legislations or acts or governmental initiatives or high-handedness of the governments. And in fact, I'll just try to little give a background, because what we find the basis for all this was laid by the colonial administrations, and they brought out certain legislations, and it is only the later governments, after attaining freedom from the colonial rules, have simply continued the same legislations, and they started taking over the resources of the poor. That is, what was done earlier is done much more vigorously. Whether they are forests or common pool resources or water bodies, whatever you have, all of them are taken over by these governments. And most of the time, whenever people resisted or opposed, they are virtually put down by using state apparatus, by sometimes very brutally suppressing it. In fact, what is important here is the state media has never made any attempt to disseminate the information about these projects or programs for the people who are likely to be affected by these programs or the taking over of the resources. Very few media tried to, or at least some of the journalists tried to, at least make people to know about it. But then most of the media is controlled by the bigger corporates or the business houses, and who have interest in these resources to capture, because they wanted to improve their wealth or increase their wealth, and wealth also gives them access to power. So under these kind of circumstances, information is never disseminated to the victims of development. And when information is not shared with the people, because information is power. It is, if you want to empower people, they need to have complete information about the kind of things that are likely to unfold, and what kinds of things that are going to affect them in future. So if the governments are honest, are pro-people, they have to make these things open to the people and make them know how these are going to affect them or how they are going to benefit them. In other words, they need to make them partners in the process of development. Though in theory they say they are all partners, but they are not even partners anywhere. So as things stand today, basically what we find is governments are not interested in the people. Governments are interested in the resources of the people. That's why they control the information and entertain spread of false information or misinformation. That means they would try to project as if these development initiatives are going to bring glory to the people and make them much richer and better, which is absolutely false news. And sometimes they even scare people. If you don't do this, you are going to be suffering like this or that. They create some kind of a scare event, like what has happened in our pandemic now. So this is what we find today in case of COVID-19, because where I'm trying to say that the same attitudes are continued. That is, there is no difference in terms of approach, whether it is a pandemic or whether it is a developmental program or initiatives which the governments are initiating, because ultimately it is the resources, it is the people's own kind of power that is grabbed. So if I'm talking about development and reduction of inequalities and access to information, this is important for us because development by principle, it is expected to reduce all inequalities and poverty. But what we find in reality is development is, I would say, it is a diabolical, because it is in fact, I always call it as a kind of a magic word for the bureaucrats or the governments or the business fellows. For the people, they think that there is something spillover might come to them while losing all the resources. So development basically is greedy of resources. And development, in order to move forward, uses all kinds of ruthless methods. And that's how, including media, is used in this process. Like what we find in the pandemic also, how the media is managed. I would call it managed because unless you manage the media, you cannot manage the people. Because misinformation, false information, or fake news, all that are important in this whole game plan. So it is the governments which use the media in order to suppress all those who oppose this entire processes or policies. And if somebody opposes that, it even projects them as if they are anti-nationals, as if they are against the development of the nation, against the growth of the nation. So this is where, if they find some of the existing laws are coming in the way of this process, either they try to weaken them or make them defunct or even alter them in such a way that they virtually don't come in the way of this thing. And one of the classical examples I would like to give is the Right to Information Act in India. It was a powerful tool. Slowly, after 2014-15, it has become virtually weakened. In fact, there are many things that you cannot ask for. If there is a huge fund created, and that fund is created with the public money coming from the public sector industries, money coming from the people, and you cannot ask for auditing and you cannot ask for anything else. And the courts become virtually non-functional in this aspect. That means what happens in this whole process is, using all these kinds of mechanisms, the state starts blackmailing or even threatening the media, whether that is visual or print, because these are controlled through its ministry, because they would say, we will not give you any kind of advertisements, we will stop your funding or many other things, or we will try to put cases on you, all kinds of things. They do that. Sometimes what we find today, even they ask some people to, or if they will promote some of the people, I would say they are hooligans. They will be attacking the media, they'll be attacking the individuals who are not accepting these policies or questioning the policies or questioning the information that is there. So in other words, what happens is, the state controlled I would say, independent within courts. It is not independent, it is independent. The state-controlled media, most of the time, as I mentioned earlier, it is controlled by the business houses, even start debunking and attacking all the others who oppose the policies of the state, because it is dependent on the state, because they wanted to get the largesses of the state. And that means these are the people you find. In fact, there are a lot of fake news also coming in the public media, and it is exposed. But even then, who is there to take actions? And the misinformation, disinformation is done by all these people. And on the contrary, if somebody opposes these policies, state tries to misuse all the legal provisions and try to put them behind bars, or even book them on false cases, like the sedition case or even other draconian kind of laws, where they are not even allowed to get even the bail which is normally entitled for people, but that doesn't happen because courts become silent on this. So this certainly leads to basically, because what happens is people are in the dark. People do not get the factual situation, that do not know the factual situations. But even sometimes the kind of things that come about, they feel even threatened if they open their mouths. So this basically leads to inequalities of different kinds. That is, apart from the other kinds of inequalities and poverty, it also leads to inequality of information receiving and sharing. Now, let me talk about the COVID-19 and the corona and its effect on the people over the globe. In fact, corona has not discriminated. It affected all the countries, and it affected all the economies, and it affected all the people. But then it also depended on how these countries have handled the virus and the spread and the information and the way in which they handle them. So if the governments have faltered, and if the governments have not shared the correct information to the people, then it is a kind of a bad governance, or it's a kind of misinformation. So therefore, in order to cover up that kind of a mistake, because what they do is they even start fudging the data, or they start trying to show as if nothing has happened, everything is hunky-dory, and they try to provide very rosy picture about the way the virus is controlled by the government. In fact, day in and day out, you find the governments or the media trying to eulogize the leaders or eulogize some of the members of the government as if they are the persons who are saving the entire universe. So the crisis of mishandling also created the crisis for, in fact, what we say, you must have read the kind of problem that is created for the poor migrant labor. In fact, you must remember this migrant labor is a result of the entire process of development that has happened earlier. And many have lost their breadwinners. And unemployment has risen very sharply due to economic slowdown. And when I say it has reduced or increased unemployment and other things, the problems are not only brushed aside by the powers to be, and they even started blocking this kind of information, saying that nothing has happened, everything is under control, and we are absolutely nothing to worry, and we have a number of schemes that we can give. Actually, these are all schemes announced on the public platform, but never you find them really on the ground. So not sharing the right information to the people has resulted in the spread of fake news in the social media. This is one thing that we'll find. In fact, social media is very active now, and everybody started spreading not only canards, they even started providing a kind of information as if certain communities are responsible for the spread of the pandemic. That means the kind of misinformation and other kinds of things that are made, they are the ones actually created rifts among the people. The harmony is affected and all that. In fact, if some people, because some of the journalists who tried to dare and come out and then really give the correct picture what is happening, they were either removed by their employers, because it's obvious that without governmental pressure they wouldn't have done that. Because if they are removed, many of them keep still working independently and then try to do that. Then they are implicated in false cases. In fact, there are classical cases. Many people, public personalities, try to appeal, but then nothing happens. So when right information is denied to people, it has serious repercussions. At a time when everyone started realizing the significance of protecting environment, one thing we find is the governments are trying to push policies which actually harm the environment and affect the indigenous communities. Now we have amendments to the EIA norms to make the business or ease the business for others. And they even started introducing certain kind of regulations with regard to, making FDI, foreign direct investment, possible in commercial exploitation of coal mines. Many coal mines are being opened. Now, will this help in sustainable development at all? So disinformation can increase the vulnerability of the people, especially the poor. Sorry, just one second. This is my last this thing. I would like to conclude by saying whether misinformation or disinformation or withholding right information actually makes people more vulnerable. I'm talking about, when I say people here, people specifically the marginal communities, and of course part of the even middle class groups. Now this kind of acts, not only they increase inequalities and poverty among those sections who are highly vulnerable, it will also not make these people to become resilient to face any kind of crisis context, which is a result of pandemic or result of development or result of natural disasters, or now health disaster is what we are facing now, or even information disaster. So policy decisions have to be mandatorily participatory to overcome the problems of policy deficit. So keeping this in mind, there are only two significant recommendations we felt should be made. One is media should be autonomous. That is, government control should be absolutely minimized. That means if a law is required for that, I think stringent laws can be brought in. And that means they can function independent of the government's interventions. And like what we have the right to information, I think right to information in every nation has to be made into a fundamental right whereby people can access information. Thank you.
Well, this certainly brings a number of issues to light, and not least of this, the role of information. If you are to give information that is accurate, timely, and relevant, you empower the public. If you deny information, if you spread disinformation, misinformation, you enable power to be exercised over the public. So you've got these two realities, and this seems to have been not only in India but more widely become a political game. And so where you have a situation where accuse your opponent that of which you are guilty yourself, and I mean you can see the absurdity in it, which the media is playing a key role. So for instance, the accusation, the assertion that if Donald Trump stops or delays the election, this will be a miscarriage of democracy. Yet, at the same time, we have New Zealand's Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, who delayed the election. And this was not characterized as a miscarriage of democracy, but rather empathy for the people. So you've got this unequal kind of flow of the quality of information, not only the quantity, but the quality. And this is where one has to come back and reflect on the lessons of George Orwell's 1984. Where it should have been regarded as being a warning to the people, but instead seems to have been taken as a guidebook instead. So we arrive at this situation. Now, I encourage everyone who has questions to please pose them to the speakers. What I'll ask the speakers to do now, in the order where you gave your talks, look over the chat and quickly give feedback on those questions which relate to your presentation, please. So if we start with the first presentation, quickly look over the chat, answer those that are relevant to you, and we'll just go through the list of speakers this way. But we 5 excellent presentations and a massive food for thought and contemplation, which results. I mean, all of your presentations have slightly different angles, but they all come together and complement each other in a very kind of nice and beautiful way. So giving quite a full and yet rather depressing picture of the state of information during the coronavirus pandemic.
Thank you, Chair. Being a good politician, I would have liked to say that I didn't see any questions that were given to me, but that would not be true. Let me tackle one by one and say that the fake news question and the mistrust question and the trust in the South African government is more or less the same. So let me tackle them first. One of the colleagues, I think it was Susanna, said that the process of building knowledge societies, and then she gave a remark. The fact is that it is a building process. Creating trust in your information systems, in your knowledge systems, is a process. It's not a decision or an event. So you can have legal as well as emotional responses to this. In South Africa, for instance, we have a very modern constitution where you have the freedom of right to express yourself, but it is limited by a number of requirements. You cannot talk about race in a negative way, or war talk, or hate speech. You cannot do that. So your right to expression is limited as it should be. The mistrust, and I want to try and refer to a slogan. When you work towards trust, don't wait and don't break. Don't wait for a crisis to emerge before you start working on building trust in your information. But while you're inside the crisis, don't break the platforms of trust that were created over a period of time just because you can. And I don't want to refer now to the World Health Organization and some leaders in some countries who want to break the credibility down. Midstream is not the time to change horses. So trust, not fake news, trust in governments. It's a process, and therefore I requested in one of my recommendations that UNESCO or IFOP specifically takes the responsibility to address these matters so that people can at least know that even if my government don't like United Nations, there is an element of credibility in the structures. And I will come back to that in a moment's time. Creating a set of international guidelines will be a huge challenge. I'm the first one to say that. I think if we put the speakers, Chairperson Greg, of your panel in one room for 6 weeks and give them food and water, you will have something like that. And I don't want to compliment my co-speakers, because then they think they must also compliment me, and that's not the issue. But each and every one of these speakers took a very specific part of the debate and they unpacked it. And if the minutes of this session could be used as a platform for that recommendation to see the light, I would feel very comfortable. You can even exclude me. But do me a favor and include one of the authors of this paper, Professor Rafael Capurro. He sits very close to you in Europe. And he's one of the global specialists on information ethics. He's even more well known than Donald Trump in this regard. Sorry, Rafael. Fact of the matter is, it will not be easy to have the guidelines, but the guidelines will provide some guidance in times of crisis, in times of political unstable remarks, and it will guide the poor people. And now I want to come to the question of Dr. Helen from Kenya. She's very right when she says it will be difficult to do it in Africa because we do not have the internet access. We do not have the infrastructure, the transport infrastructure that we need to be part of a fully global network of communication. But what in South Africa, Zimbabwe, Kenya, and all the other countries are realized, they realize that we must be part of the global information network. And that is where I would like to stop. Our governments realize the limitations. Let's use the opportunities that we have for independent assistance, like through the UN and IFOP structures and UNESCO, to address these. It will assist us and it will not make the job more difficult than it is at the moment. I want to conclude, and I know I'm very long. If we start talking about the solution to crisis, And I want to be very specific now, and if I'm rude, I apologize in advance. If we say that there's a vaccine for COVID tomorrow, and now I'm talking about COVID 3.0, not COVID light as we have it now. You can get COVID and you can recover. But once the COVID or the threat or the crisis is you live or you die, then we're going to see human emotions running all over the place. Say, for instance, COVID 3.0 has a cure, and it's only published in Mandarin, in Chinese. I'm excluded. I cannot read that language. We back at FGNE and the other guys who say we must share information irrespective of language. But more specifically, say for instance, it is the powers decide the vaccine will be for rich people only, and they will not take that decision, but they will say the shot of vaccine costs $100,000. They will exclude many people. But even worse, if they decide that it is for right-wing communities only, can you start to understand the tension that will come? Or only for certain religious groups, pandemonium. And I'm not only talking about these things as if they can decide it's only for black people or African American or white people. We are building up towards a pandemic where the results and the cures for the pandemic is even a greater threat if it's not ethically managed than the crisis itself. Sorry for the hard talk. Sorry if I was rude.
No need to be sorry. Say it as it is. There's been too much dancing around the difficult questions. You cannot dance around them anymore. They need to be taken head on. So it's what we need. So Daniel, I see you have a question at least. And if you have any final reflections, please feel free. Microphone.
Sorry. At the beginning, more than question, what I have is a stressing of one of the points I made. For instance, Kayan de Oliveira insisted on the importance of science education and how we could really do something. And Susana Finkielewicz insisted and stressed the importance of information literacy. But she sent me also a question right away. Before I go to the question, Susanna, I use the word emergency. It's not a word we should use easily. You need to have strong argument when you say something is a worldwide emergency, and still more if you say as much as global warming. Let me give you a statistics I have from a study of 2 psychologists in Israel, which I use a lot because it's really terrible. They made a measurement of competency of kids and their father twice. They compare information literacy and they measure media literacy. Information literacy is the ability to evaluate, search, and use information, and media literacy is the way you interact with media, computer, cell phone, and so on. In the first study in 2005, they discovered an evidence the kids were much higher than the parents in computer literacy, and information literacy was at reverse. 5 years after, they measured the same population, same kids, same parents. What happened? The parents get very close to them in computer literacy. We can be old and you can learn. And the kids get worse in information literacy. The trend is that younger are getting every day worse in information literacy. is that is not an emergency, what it is. Now, the question which is asked by Susanna, I have a problem with the chat. It's just escaped from my computer very fast. In countries where government have dismissed science as a useless waste of public fund, how can science and technology be brought closer to the citizen? This is a question of Susanna, and let me be frank, I do not have the answer. It's a very complex question. Because when we say information literacy, it's obvious we are talking long term. There is no short-term answer for such a question, or maybe try to transform the internet in a channel for good science, which it is also. So you can overcome those populist governments where they decide that Darwin was wrong, the world was made in 7 days, and this is the truth. But it is not an easy question, Susanna, and we need to think about it. I think it's a good question. That's all I can say. So my conclusion for my second very short talk is, when I say emergency for information literacy, it is not a joke. It is based on a trend which is alarming. Kids are getting worse every day. That's it.
Okay, thanks. So next speaker up, Pierre-Emmanuel. Any questions that you've been given? Last reflections? The floor is yours. Microphone.
You hear me now? No?
Yes, yes, you're loud and clear.
Yes, I gave answers in the chat line to some of the remarks and questions. But what I've noticed is, yes, quite a few remarks about the question of sovereignty. And I think it is an important point. And also the contradiction between the different instrumentalization. For example, I said that GAFA should not instrumentalize too much debates and information spreading because of this geopolitical rivalry. Of course, GAFA from the United States, because they promote a unipolar world. But Mr. Oliveira said rightly that also some national GAFA or such national platforms also are used to suppress opposition and debates at the national level. So it's very difficult questions to combine sovereignty and also open access to information. And I think there is no easy solution. There will be never a perfect solution, but I don't see any other solution than more diversity of information, although more diversity of information might also lead to more fake news and more alternative theories and point of views. But I think that's the citizens who could choose between all these different information what is more looks like more appropriate on sound, and there is no other solution than to educate people. I think educate people to all challenges, to give people the skills to read information. What is I'm amazed, for example, in France, and I don't know, I suppose it's probably the case in other countries, but in France we have a very much at school we focus on text, on books, to analyze information, to debate about books of famous authors, but there is no, when I was at school and there was already television, there was no course on how to interpret television. And now my kids also have courses on how to use internet, and but there is no course on how to interpret the different information, the different sites. This is a huge thematic to develop among citizens, and also that citizens should learn how at individual level they should use this new technology and have a critical approach about it, but also be aware of the global geopolitics that states sometimes lie as well. So this is a very difficult question, and I will end there my small remarks. Education of people is very important. Education on technology itself, but also people should be aware of politics, because if you don't try to understand politics, and politics unfortunately is a lot about rivalry of power, politics comes to you and manipulates you. Thank you. Yeah, that was my conclusion.
Thanks. No, a good one to provoke some more additional thought along the different strains which have come across on this session. So now I ask Susanna. Hopefully you've had your coffee, and the day is coming to Buenos Aires. So please.
It's a very springtimey day. So I think we are living in times of the post-truth. The post-truth being defined as the management of information, not for objectivity, but to manage people emotionally. And people react emotionally to that kind of news. So no matter how we try to build our knowledge society by distributing computers, if we don't have adequate education, adequate not digital literacy, but informational literacy and media literacy, will be just growing with generations of idiots, of technologized idiots. Sorry. That was all.
Okay, no, but that's, yeah. I mean, this is the problem, of course. You might have all the technology in the world, but if you cannot actually critically interpret what has been communicated to you, why, by whom, then it doesn't matter. As you say, we're just exposed to potentially exposed to a greater deal of manipulative information, which shifts people from critical individual thought to non-critical mass thought, where people can be manipulated emotionally to go certain predestined ways by the manipulator. I mean, this happens, and one has seen this in this coronavirus pandemic, where people have been herded into a herd mentality. Critical thought goes out the window. People start trying to defend the orthodoxy of knowledge. And the problem is, when you've got a situation like this, the orthodoxy of knowledge is an illusion, because it's a consensus based on some convenient points rather than proven points. Because knowledge, as we've seen in this coronavirus, keeps on changing. I mean, not only at the level of academia or media, but politics, practice. I mean, it's been shifting all over the place. And so how can one speak about fake news or disinformation when there is so much misinformation going on, because what has been said has not been proven or has not been proven enough? And then comes the question, to put it in a language which is more easily understood and consumed objectively by a wider audience. So there are a whole lot of questions which come into this. So thanks, Susanna. Doctors Rao and Prasad, any last points,
Yes.
questions which you'd like to?
I think generally there is a broad points of view raised that what I've been talking about the information, or disinformation, not having access to information is not only limited to the poor, but is also even nations. In fact, Professor Paulette has mentioned this. I think nation states, especially the poor nations, should also have that kind of right, because otherwise they'll have to follow the bigger leaders. Like what happens in a nation state, within the state, the same leaders influence and then make you to talk the way they want. Like the larger frame, you have United States or somebody, or the Trump or somebody would say, you have to talk like this only. Or the, they try to use the same mechanisms which the state uses. And in fact, one important point which Professor Paulette has raised about the conclusions, I think that's very interesting observation. Because when I said the government which is controlling, why is it that you are saying the press should be free from, or the media should be free from when you say this, it should be free from government, why are you not saying it should be more from the private industries and others? In fact, it is like the tail. The dog wags the tail, and you can't control the tail. You have to control the dog first in order to control the tail, because the way the information is disseminated, fake news all disseminated, are not done by the government directly. It is done by the media houses. Media houses are controlled by the government. So this is where, if you make the media houses free, they are not scared of the governments. They can become free. In fact, I am not saying BBC and others are free, but at least relatively they are freer than the others. So I meant only from that point of view when I said that. And in fact, somebody has mentioned that the COVID-19 has not shaken the kind of the paradigms that are available. That once you start idolizing a leader, you don't care whether it is a COVID or no COVID, development or no development. Whatever that person says has to be flowed. And this is where I said there is a continuity right from the colonial period to the present, in terms of the way in which the way the policies go, the way the bureaucracy works, the way the governments work. There's not much of a difference. So the governments are made by the leaders, and the leaders, in fact, I think Dr. Coates has mentioned the fourth point, that government, they're scared because they use this for the next elections. It is true. So these are all the kinds of things used by different kinds of politicians differently, but they're hardly interested in the people. In fact, when somebody has mentioned that freedom doesn't mean you can talk anything and do anything, destroy properties. In fact, we do not know whether the properties are destroyed by the real people or destroyed by the government agents or the media agencies, and then put the blame on the victims. And the victims are put in the dock, and then they become or they are completely judged by everybody, and then they are blackened. And this is what we find. In fact, some of the leaders or some of the media people who are trying to project the facts, they are blackened. They are made into scapegoats. And this is where, because they become, it's like a Goebbels truth. If 10 times you say that, if even real person becomes a victim of that. So this is what has happened. And in fact, I I would like to say that, it is not that emotional feelings that rule the nations. It is not the emotional feelings. Emotional feelings are generated in such a way that they capture your psyche, and you behave as if you are like a toy. And this is one of the comments that is made. I think it is the behavior is not a reflection of what the real individuals, because if somebody is in crisis, and if you ask him to behave normally, he will not be able to do that. And unless you try to address to the issues of the crisis, you cannot do anything else. And this is not being done by the governments. This is not being done by properly by the media houses, only by spreading wrong information, spreading false information, or even fake news. It is generating much more problems. In fact, this is where I'm saying that even the minority and other communities are targeted. Why should religion come into the picture when there is a crisis? In fact, the crisis is not discriminating, or the virus is not discriminating. The people are discriminating. Who are these people who are discriminating? And that is what we need to question. If you question, you are in the dock. So this is what, when I'm trying to say that broadly, the way we look at the whole set of issues, I think there are a lot of overlapping. In fact, Dr. Emmanuel has made a comment, and he said this is true with the geopolitics. In fact, small level politics only spread at the geopolitical level, because they are not different. In terms of model, it is only expansion or extension of the local politics to the larger level. So what is happening within the country is also happening outside the country. And what we do it here, others do it on us. And this is the domination and the other kind of theories that we talk about come into picture. So underdevelopment is because of the kind of development that is perpetuated. Thank you. I'll stop it here.
Okay, so thanks. We're just on the point of running out of time. As I say, we've come in to deal with quite a number of complexities. I mean, we talk about the issue of media literacy and critical thinking. Yet there's a dilemma with that. With critical thinking, a critically thinking public are a potential problem for government. And this has always been so. I can remember that I ran a course at university, mass media in contemporary armed conflict. I taught people how to critically think, not only about social media, all kinds of media. Well, there were some problems discovered with that course, even though it was one of the most popular ones there. And so that's that dilemma. Okay, the call for critical thinking, the problems that come with critical thinking. So you get these clashes which occur, and it's to do with power relations. And also, if we look at this current pandemic, I mean, there are two crises in this. One is the public health crisis and those physical aspects of crisis. And the other one, as everyone here has pointed out, it's an informational crisis. And this is at all kinds of different levels. Because that being said, we're talking about an infodemic and these kinds of terminology. Well, yeah, and I mean, some of the information being put out there, even though it's wrong, it is given in good faith at the time. So it was not given with malicious intent. Yet others have clearly used the situation with malicious intent in this. So it's a mess, like this situation, if I was to put it diplomatically. And so the question is, how do you come out of it? And so, I mean, this is the multi-million-dollar question for people to answer. It's not an easy one. And hopefully with the speeches on this panel today, what's coming next, what's coming tomorrow, maybe one small step towards resolving that, having an open discussion on these critical issues which are not really being talked about openly and frankly in public spaces at the moment. So I'd like to thank all of the speakers for their wonderful, thought-provoking presentations. I would like to thank the audience for being here to listen and posing your questions to the speakers and having some interaction. And well, I wish everyone a very pleasant, continued, fiery, emotional discussion to get these much needed points out in the open and discussed. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
And we conclude.
On behalf of all of you, I thank the chairperson of the session for his, you see, chairing not just as a formality, but it's a live chairing. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I also thank on behalf of the organizing committee, all the speakers for their very thought-provoking presentations. And I hope that we will continue the same in future also. Now we will have a 5 minutes break. Then after the break, again, we will reassemble. Thank you. And before going to the break, I want to make an announcement that feedback form is available online. I request all the participant speakers to fill the feedback for today. Thank you. So let's have a break.
Prof. Rafael? Prof. Rafael, can you still hear me? Professor Kapuru, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello.
Hello, Rafael. How are you?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. So thank you very much for the presentation, Kutsia. It was excellent. And also to other people, to other participants and speakers. And I think you brought it to the point politically and so on. So let us see what happens.
Thank you very much. And thank you for attending the session. I know that you have another conference as well, running at the same time, but I really appreciate your support.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
One thing I wanted to say, but it was not possible now in this session, concerning science and scientific method. In former times, in the 19th century, science had a high level of trust because it was supposed the scientific results were forever and firmly founded. This view of science as a kind of pseudo-religion, veracity and truthfulness was more or less questioned basically in the 20th century. And so the result of this discussion, epistemological discussion in the 20th century by people like Popper and others, was that science is not, cannot provide absolute knowledge. It can only provide conjectural knowledge. That means that you leave with results that can be questioned and can be wrong. This is the situation since the late 20th century with regard to science and scientific method. Now, as a scientist, you can live also as a philosopher. We live in philosophy with questions since thousands of years. It is fine. But if you put this into the public arena, then you have a problem. Because either you are educated to think like this and to live with insecurity, or you ask for security because of anxiety, or you ask for security because you are in charge of a political situation in which you have to decide based on a forecast that you cannot secure that it will be true. And so it is difficult to to create an atmosphere in the society in which insecurity and conjectural knowledge is accepted as it is and not as I would like it to be. And the result is you get here in the media in Germany particularly, good scientists, virologists. One says this, the other one says that, and the third one says different.
Yeah.
This is in science perfectly okay because people have different theories and different results. But if you put in the public arena, people will start saying, oh, all these scientists, you know, they say this and they say that, and the politicians do what they want.
Yes.
And I have no solution for this. The only solution is to educate people in critical thinking, which means in this case, don't take scientific results for something definite and absolute. But it is a difficult process because you deal with anxiety, the will to knowledge something permanent. That's my impression.
Yes. No, you are absolutely right, and you also refer to the process. It's not a decision. It's not a law to say this is true and this is not true. It's a process of believing.
Science is not democratic.
No, it's not.
It's not democratic. You cannot decide the truth with democracy.
Yeah.
No, most of the people are in favor of this, of theory A, and not less people are theory B. Science is not democratic. It is critical. It is skeptical. But we live in democratic societies, and so we're accustomed to decide in majorities. But truth is not an issue of majorities. That's the problem, I think.
Prof, thank you very much, and I look forward to our next discussion. But I think we captured the platform now, so let's give it back to the chairperson. Thank you very much, and thank you.
In my part of the world, for example, the fees to publish an open access article is just
Karthik? Karthik?
sir.
Shall we start the session?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just 1 minute. 1 minute. Who is going to chair this session?
Vasuki, sir.
Vasuki garu.
Evening, sir.
చాలా రోజుల తర్వాత.
No, I was there yesterday also.
Yeah. Shivaprasad garu, congratulations.
Good present.
Yeah, shall we? Yeah, Karthik, shall we start?
Yes, sir.
Shall we start?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, welcome back to the second session of the second day. Now we'll have on information literacy, which will be chaired by Professor Vasuki. So I request Vasuki to take the floor. E-floor.
Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to everybody online on this session. Before beginning this session, I'd like to thank all my senior colleagues for laying a strong foundation that will lead to this session on information literacy. We have 4 presentations, 2 from Philippines, 1 from Russia, and 1 from Zimbabwe. So without wasting much time, I'll request Professor Ramon Tuazon from Philippines to make the presentation on media and information literacy public policies in times of crisis. Over to Professor Ramon. Please begin.
Sorry. Can you see my slide?
You will have to share your screen, sir.
Yes, I did, but it says somebody is sharing it.
One second.
Is it okay now?
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. So let me begin by thanking our facilitator moderator, Dr. Vasuki Vilabadi. Greetings from Manila, Philippines, my dear colleagues. Please allow me to acknowledge Professor Rao, chairperson of our conference, and the IFAP chairperson, Dorothy Gordon, and the vice chair, Dr. Evgeny Kuzmin. Looking at the previous sessions since yesterday, I noted that policy issues and policy agenda pervades in most, if not all, the sessions that we have been having. My presentation aims to frame public policy making and hopefully raise some disturbing issues and questions we need to answer today and in the near future. Meal public policies in times of crisis. I will now go to my next slide. Oops.
Yes.
What are public policies? As we all know, public policy provides the legal framework for a particular program. It defines the desired directions that should be pursued by government and even the private sector and civil society organizations. In rule-driven societies, bureaucrats, meaning government employees, will not decide and act without explicit policies. Programs are initiated or implemented only if they are covered by appropriate policy statements. Meal policy framework sets the parameters, the principles upon which the practice of meal is built. It defines strategic directions and sets parameters for actions and decisions. It involves commitment and obligations to meal-related concepts such as freedom of expression, freedom of opinion, democratization of communication resources, preservation of documentary heritage, and professional ethics and responsibility. To fully harness the potential of meal, there's a need to adopt a formal meal policy framework that cuts across relevant sectors, including mass media, social media, information science, ICT, education, and so on. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the importance of linking meal with data and information science to make informed decisions on how to deal with this unseen enemy. Notice how the WHO and health ministries worldwide present data sets and graphs, leaving most of us in perpetual perplexity, in perpetual confusion, as even media agencies are of little help in popularizing data and information. COVID-19 provides an opportunity to popularize science information. The question, are we succeeding in getting the public understand and appreciate science and technology information? My paper has identified some caveats or warnings, if you may, in MIL policymaking. First, public policymaking is too important to be left to government alone. The gold standard in policymaking is for the process to be open, transparent, and participatory. Public policymakers should be first made media and information literate before they can craft MIL or mere policies. In many countries, media laws and meal laws are crafted by media illiterate policymakers. They don't even understand the role of media in democracy. This is evidenced by political leaders who are at the forefront of attacking media and engage in weaponizing laws and policies. Meal policies are double-edged swords. Meal policies can be used to facilitate enjoyment and exercise of freedoms and rights. But these same policies can also be used to narrow or restrict the same rights and freedoms. The United Nations has warned of the tendency of some governments to impose policies which restrict freedom of expression and the right to access information in the pretext of protecting national security, public order, public health, and safety. On March 16, 2020, 24 human rights experts, including special rapporteurs, issued a statement reminding governments that amid the COVID-19 pandemic, governments should not abuse emergency measures to suppress human rights. The emergence of the so-called post-truth has encouraged many governments worldwide to enact laws which prevent or prohibit disinformation and misinformation. Concerns have been raised that new regulatory policies may yet open the floodgates for more regulations and restrictions across media platforms. According to Julie Posetti of the Global Director of Research at the International Center for Journalists, there is lack of empirical evidence as to whether laws impeded the distribution of false and misleading information. Again, there is lack of research evidence as to whether laws impeded the distribution of false and misleading information. But what is evident from prior research is that these sorts of laws have chilling effects on the broad range of public communication. Considering the fast pace in technological innovations, policymakers will always be engaged in catching up with technologies, as today's policies can easily be rendered obsolete by continuing technological innovations. Another difficulty in policymaking is the lack of familiarity among policymakers with the new media ecosystem, which requires a different kind of regulatory framework. In meal policymaking today, we should recognize the emerging dominating power and influence of private sector, especially transnational technology companies. Their corporate policies traverse important global and local political agenda, including privacy, free and independent elections, ethnic and cultural relations, peace and order. Questions we need to ask: will transnational technology companies supplant governments in defining and enforcing policies on public sphere? Are these transnational technology companies redefining geopolitical relations? Is there a possibility of government and these technology companies engaging into exclusive partnership in defining policies at the expense of the public? In both scenarios, media and information literate people are needed to push back abuses. There is also danger of abuse of the use of meal. In the guise of being media and information literate, there are individuals and groups who attack and threaten journalists and news media organizations, especially when media content is objectively critical. A forthcoming book to be published by UNESCO Bangkok, Meal Education in Asia, also noted that there are restrictive laws and regulations in some countries which limits critical look at media content and citizens' engagement in political and social matters. The same book also noted that some topics such as race and ethnicity can be seen as culturally inappropriate, and that questioning or challenging authorities can be considered disrespectful, making it difficult to create an environment that encourages open dialogue, one of the essential elements of meal. Meal aims to develop critical thinking individuals who have found their voice, demand transparency in governance, and require a platform to participate. Questions: do all governments support these meal goals? Aren't there governments which prefer uninformed, passive, or docile citizens? In these situations, how do we advocate for right meal policies and programs? My paper have case examples of meal policies and education, but I will skip them. Sufficing to say, I would like to emphasize that coming up with policies, meal policies, is possible, as shown in the case examples that I have presented, that I presented in my paper. I presented case studies in the Philippines, Myanmar, and Cambodia. Let me now go to other issues that affect or concerns meal policy making. Let me summarize these issues. One, there's a need for consensus on defining media and information literacy. Number two, there's a need to harmonize meal-related policies across sectors, not only within communication, but also other sectors such as education, literacy, health, science, technology, gender, and development. Number three, the absence of baseline data on meal competency will make it impossible or difficult, if not impossible, to measure progress on how we have become media and information literate citizens in a knowledge society. And four, the need for greater appreciation and acceptance of information and memory institutions. Let me now finally go to my recommendations. First, the adoption of national meal policy framework should be pursued. Number two, meal policies should intersect with development sectors. As I've mentioned earlier, media and information and technology are drivers of progress in education, literacy, health, gender, science, peace, and reconciliation. Meal policies should intersect with these sectors. Number three, youth involvement and engagement must be a prerequisite in all meal policy and program development. Number four, transnational and national technology companies should be targets of meal policy advocacy. As we have found out, they are platforms of choices for disseminating disinformation, infodemic, hate speech, among others. Number five, there's a need. There are new and emerging research areas needed to make informed MIL programs and projects. Research approaches must evolve from very traditional disciplinal to inter and multidisciplinary and even transdisciplinary research approaches. We should do more meta-research to establish correlations and patterns. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ramon, for highlighting on the factors that should be kept in mind while mill policy making is to be done, and also the need for a multidisciplinary approach to research in formulating media and information literacy policies. I now request Dr. Tatiana Murovana from Russia to make her presentation on distance teaching without mill, what we have learned from the coronavirus lockdown. Over to you, Professor Tatiana.
Hello, everyone. I'm happy and privileged to participate in the conference. Could you see, do you see my presentation, my PPT? Yes, great. So I'm representing UNESCO IIT, UNESCO Institute for Information Technologies in Education. Institute is located in Moscow, Russia. It was established more than 20 years ago in 1997 as the UNESCO Category 1 Institute. That means that the UNESCO IIT is an integral part of the UNESCO education sector. It's one of 7 UNESCO institutes in the field of education of such a category around the world. And the Institute's mission is to serve as a facilitator and enabler in promoting ICT for achieving SDG 4, Sustainable Development Goal in education. Media and information literacy is one of the focuses of UNESCO IIT's activity, and it's reflected in the current UNESCO's medium-term strategy. In accordance with UNESCO data, in most countries around the world, educational institutions have been temporarily closed to slow the viral spread of the COVID-19 pandemic. These nationwide lockdowns and localized closures have impacted at its peak over 80% of the world students' population. You can see on the slide the figures from the UNESCO Global Monitoring of School Closures caused by COVID-19 as at the beginning of August 2020. Figures correspond to number of learners enrolled at pre-primary, primary, lower secondary, upper secondary, and tertiary education levels. Last 6 months, teachers around the globe were facing the hardships of changing practice of education delivery to full-on distance learning. During this shift, they have been challenged by a number of lacks. Lack of ICT skills and digital fluency, lack of equipment and connectivity, digital pedagogy approaches and methodology, appropriate resources and tools, professional and emotional support, lack of certainty, lack of sustainability, and so on. Among these urgent needs, lack of media and information literacy, basic knowledge, skills, at least basic ones, knowledge, skills, and attitudes was less visible, but not less important in fact. UNESCO advocates that meal is concerned with people's understanding of how information is produced, disseminated, by whom, and for what purposes, how people use information or not, how they engaged with media, technology, libraries or not, with what knowledge, skills, and attitude do people critically evaluate and use information and produce information? How can people manage their interaction with information, media, and technology for desired outcomes in their social, political, economic, and cultural lives? Thus, meal includes all social, cognitive, technical, civic, and creative capacities that allow people to access, critically understand, and evaluate the media and consciously and effectively interact with it. Meal skills are vitally essential for teachers, as during the recent health emergency, staying informed and having correct information is more important than ever. Teachers should be able to navigate the online space, to filter and organize digital content, and identify relevant and trustworthy online resources, having knowledge of copyright issues and open educational resources, apply critical thinking strategies and reflection upon educational experience, use different digital media and platforms for communication with students, parents, colleagues, administration. Moreover, to facilitate remote learning, teachers are expected to teach all these skills to students while organizing a wide range of online educational activities in ethical and safe way. Like all of our kind, teachers were forced to perform their numerous professional activities in the situation of disinfodemic, a parallel pandemic of disinformation and misinformation that directly affected lives and livelihoods around the world and impeded access to trustworthy sources and reliable information. It's vital for every individual to have appropriate meal skills to resist the disinfodemic. Teachers are influencers. Their worldviews affect students' worldview and mindset, along with the influence, of course, along with the influence of family, peers, and other factors. In this context, to ensure that teachers can think critically and are not misled by mis and disinformation, conspiracy theories, and information disorder become more important now than ever before. Teachers should be aware that on the internet we can find confirmation or refutation of almost any idea or any position. And most of the information space in which we live is the arena for manufacturing opinions, not the search for truth. The widespread dissemination of people awareness about fake news is very positive development, of course, very positive development in order to boost general meal skills. However, it's not enough to talk about the fakes only, as manipulation can be performed with facts and with real figures. One of the modern Russian writers said, "What light is for when so much truth is at hand?" That's why UNESCO prefers the terms disinformation and misinformation to the prevalent concept of fake news. Can you see my presentation?
Yes,
I
please.
see the full form. Yes? Okay, great. Critical thinking adequate to current challenges should be armed with theoretical and practical knowledge about human cognitive biases and about main features of modern media environment, digital media environment. How digital platforms, how digital monopolies, how devices mediate our information interaction, how the algorithms of search engine, of social networks, recommender systems operate. As digital technology have completely changed the way we create, deliver, and consume or use content, critical thinking cannot be achieved without knowing what the first industry technologies are, without understanding the process of collecting, distributing, matching, using users' data. Opportunities that artificial intelligence technology offers in the field of personalization of digital services, creating and distribution of images, text, video, audio recordings. MIL should be an effective tool in cultivating not only critical thinking, but also resilience and anti-fragility, ability to live and work in a complex, uncertain, and fast-changing world. Combined with the traditional skills, attitudes, and practices of MIL, these new competencies will help teachers become more self-reliant, skillful, and empowered. How to provide better professional development opportunities in MIL for teachers in the situation then when MIL still remains a rather new concept in most countries. In order to contribute to addressing the challenge, UNESCO IITE, in partnership and with the strong support of the UNESCO IFAP, initiated the joint project titled "MIL in the World Affected by COVID-19: How to Teach the Teachers." The project aims at strengthening the capacity of teacher training institutions in 9 countries of Commonwealth of Independent States, its former Soviet Union republics, 9 former Soviet Union republics. We are planning to encourage this teacher training institution through digital MIL education for secondary school teachers in the context of the global COVID-19 pandemic and disinfodemic with increased online activity and school closure. The project is funded by IFAP special account in accordance with unanimous decision of the IFAP Bureau. It will be implemented over the next 5 months from August to December, and the project envisages the following core activity. We are identifying the leaders who are interested in the introduction or strengthening MIL education for teachers and are motivated to drive the changing process. We will organize a series of synchronous and asynchronous online discussions, webinars, and roundtables in order to facilitate communication and networking among leaders, to identify the shared challenges in the region, best practices exchange, and knowledge sharing. We will organize the online conference where some ideas related to integration of meal into the teacher training will be presented, and the new meal competencies as well, digital meal competencies will be presented as well. And we are planning to issue a publication with collection of best practices and pedagogical models for teacher professional training on meal in CIS countries. The training of trainers education learning process that project draws on will also include providing innovative meal education materials in the Russian language, which are elaborating and combining into the mobile learning course on meal for teachers by UNESCO IIT. The learning course includes new above mentioned competencies related to emerging digital technology, current economic model of their development, human cognitive biases, and so on, enabling teachers to retain not only critical, but cognitive and behavioral autonomy. It's very important issue to manage attention and behavior in media environment, to hack or at least identify and minimize the damage of biases and personalization effects such as filter bubbles and echo chambers, to understand how technology influences the social fabric, how to update skills and competencies according to the lifelong learning approach. We will do our best to the successful implementation of the project and sharing its results, given the importance of having meal literate teachers. The situation today is that more and more countries are recognizing the importance of meal. Related activities are implementing in varying formats. Meal professionals and advocates do a lot, but we are not satisfied with the results of the work. At present, only a quite small number of states have set up national meal-related policies and elaborated a pertinent strategy. However, our experience shows that unless strong action is undertaken at the political level, local grassroots meal initiatives do not significantly alter the situation. And my recommendations to the conference echoing to Ramon's recommendation. First, we are sure that there is a strong need to set up the promotion of policy advocacy and sensitizing governments to the importance of meal. There is a need to contribute to incorporating meal in social policy, primarily in education policy, and to promote integration of meal into teacher professional training, both pre-service and in-service. Thank you very much for your attention and for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tatiana, for putting the spotlight on lack of skills needed by teachers to teach during this crisis. I must admit, our university is also going through this crisis, and we are trying our best to make sure that teachers are able to teach online and do the best they can in the possible circumstances. You have also spelled out all the themes that we need to focus on during this crisis. But I guess those themes are relevant even after we tide over the crisis. So thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I'll now invite Professor Teresa San Diego from Philippines to make her presentation on mainstreaming media and information literacy with youth organizations, which kind of takes off from one of the recommendations that Professor Ramon makes in his presentation. Over to you, Professor Teresa.
Hello, everyone. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Basuki Belavadi, for the introduction. And I would like to thank Dr. Siva and Dr. Rao for inviting me to this conference. It has been a wonderful 2 days, and I look forward to the third session tomorrow. I'm Theresa Diago Torres from the Asian Institute of Journalism and Communication, and today I will be sharing the initial findings of our situation analysis, which is part of the UNESCO-supported Media and Information Literacy in Youth Civic Engagement project. This presentation is on mainstreaming media and information literacy with youth organizations. In the Philippines, the Media and Information Literacy core course in the senior high school curriculum is an indication that MIL or MIL is among the priorities of the Department of Education. There have also been reports of youth organizations engaged in MIL-related work to address public information needs on issues such as COVID-19. And there are also MIL initiatives by media companies and organizations such as media literacy campaigns on fact-checking before sharing, as well as anti-cyberbullying campaigns. Though MIL is already a required subject in senior high and it is being promoted by the media and the youth, many Filipinos still don't know what media and information literacy is. There appears to be a lack of awareness about MIL, and this could be attributed to the lack of policies on MIL in non-formal education. Addressing this gap has become more urgent for a number of reasons. One, the spread of false information or infodemic or disinfodemic on social media, the primary source of information for millions of Filipinos. Two, the continuing threats and attacks on critical media undermine the credibility of journalism. Three, the enactment and weaponization of laws which may be used to either prevent disinformation or curtail freedom of expression or stifle dissent. And four, the sudden shift to online or distance learning because of the COVID-19 pandemic, which raises issues on not only access to technology and connectivity, but also student readiness, responsibility, and protection in the face of digital distractions and digital threats, which Dr. Tatiana Muravana also mentioned earlier. We found that youth organizations could play a key role in MIL policy advocacy and mainstreaming by adopting MIL policies themselves as they directly engage with young people across the regions. There are currently over 1,000 youth organizations registered at the National Youth Commission alone. The National Youth Commission is the government agency responsible for youth participation and development in the Philippines. But apart from these, there are more youth organizations that are not registered with the NYC. Recognizing the potential and nationwide reach of the youth sector, we conducted in-depth interviews with selected Filipino youth organizations for this situation analysis, which explores the youth's MIL-related initiatives and their policy implications. Based on our ongoing UNESCO-supported study, it will identify policy recommendations for mainstreaming MIL in non-formal education through the MIL framework in youth civic engagement. The framework, which is currently a draft, will be aligned with UNESCO's Youth Declaration on Media and Information Literacy, which emphasizes youth empowerment, freedom of expression, diversity of voices, gender equality, and intercultural dialogue, among others. Our initial findings show that the youth organizations we interviewed are either A, aware of the term media and information literacy and knowledgeable about MIL competencies, or B, they may be unaware of the term media and information literacy, but they are knowledgeable about MIL-related competencies. So allow me to elaborate further. There were youth organization representatives interviewed who said they have conducted MIL-related initiatives, including, for example, events on MIL, such as a forum on MIL and combating false information, an event on freedom of information, and a seminar on digital citizenship and MIL for student leaders. And there are also health, specifically COVID-19 related webinars, campaigns, and even relief operations, including providing food aid to frontliners while preventing food waste, also while sharing reliable health information to the recipients of food aid. But on the other hand, there were youth organizations who said they were unaware of MIL, but when they talked about their initiatives, we discovered that they have conducted MIL-related work. These include, for example, fact-checking articles and testing their organization members' fact-checking skills through their group chat, and also exchanging reliable health or COVID-related information through messaging apps. And they emphasize that they check official sources and cross-check with multiple sources. So though they are unaware that accessing, analyzing, verifying, and sharing reliable health information are MIL competencies, based on their practices, they appear to possess media and information literacy competencies. During the interviews, we briefly discussed MIL, especially among the youth organization representatives who were learning about the concept for the first time. After the discussion, all of the organizations noted that the most immediate issues in their respective communities and online that may be addressed through MIL are health myths and misinformation, what we refer to as the infodemic or the disinfodemic. All interviewees pointed out that while they themselves practice verification before sharing information about COVID-19, they have observed that many citizens are quick to believe and share false information on how to cure the coronavirus, for example, which may create a false sense of security. There are also false claims going around about statements from the government on COVID-19. The youth organizations observed that these are shared hundreds or thousands of times, and articles by fact checkers in the Philippines have confirmed this, that there are multiple instances of sharing or reposts of false information. Based on these initial findings, the MIL policy implications are as follows. 1, MIL can be mainstreamed through activities of youth organizations, which involve not only young people, but also the larger community. Educated and empowered young leaders can take the lead in such initiatives, and youth leaders and organizations may be influential in helping their peers understand the importance and value of their rights and freedoms, such as freedom of expression. They know what makes young people tick, they know what their peers are interested in. And 2, we also found that traditional, folk, and new media, as well as telecommunications, may be used as avenues for MIL mainstreaming. Youth organizations know how to maximize these traditional and new channels to reach people in their network and communities with or without internet access. So this also involves reviving traditional and folk media and preserving culture and heritage. These policy implications were taken into account in the drafting of the MIL framework in youth civic engagement. So just to give you a brief overview, flashed on the screen are the main goals and specific objectives of the working draft of the MIL framework in youth civic engagement, titled All About Youth, Ikaw Na. This strategy document aims to generate MIL engagement among youth organizations in the country and stimulate national MIL-related policies in favor of the youth. Ikaw Na is in Tagalog, it translates to "it's your turn" and is also commonly used as an expression of support or admiration for a job well done. The title popularizes the framework and underlines the active role of young Filipinos in improving MIL in the Philippines through youth civic engagement. So this will be further enhanced during an online MIL orientation and planning workshop with selected youth organizations in the Philippines next month in September. The framework proposes online and offline actions that may be adopted by youth organizations. Among the proposed online actions are vlogs and other video materials on MIL, social media campaigns on MIL, a crowdsourced portal of compelling MIL resources, including videos and social media materials as well, webinars live streamed on social media. And of course, we also have offline actions such as MIL clubs in schools, art, poetry, and music activities, community theater and folk media workshops, and an offline campaign via text messaging or SMS. But of course, some of these offline actions won't be doable during the pandemic, but the clubs and the offline campaign via text messaging are two examples of offline actions that we can do immediately. These are some of our follow-up mechanisms. We need to prepare a directory of the National Steering Committee, regional focal points, and operational partners of youth organizations, as well as a directory of the expanded network of youth organizations that can take part in this project. We also need to develop and implement a donor framework so that the youth organizations will have a guide on the donors they can tap for, so that they can gather the necessary resources. We also need to prepare a work plan and a monitoring and evaluation plan and indicators for implementation of proposed actions. And we need to engage the Sangguniang Kabataan or Youth Council officials in framework promotion, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation. And the next step, as I mentioned earlier, are the MIL orientation and planning workshop. But it's important to note that we will also have phone consultations with the youth organizations that have unstable internet connection. To end, these are the recommendations based on our initial findings from the situation analysis. 1, sustain MIL mainstreaming through the integration of MIL policies in youth organizations. So mainstreaming MIL into policies and programs of these organizations will enable young people to reach not only their peers, this will enable young people to reach not only their peers, but also the larger community. And second, encourage the youth to find creative ways to address misinformation. This recommendation on creativity and promoting MIL echoes one of the recommendations of Dr. Tatiana earlier. So we believe that the youth organizations can play a key role in combating misinformation by promoting analytical thinking over quick judgments on various issues. Young people can educate each other and other citizens on how to manage their biases, such as cognitive biases, also cited earlier by Dr. Tatiana, and I believe it was also discussed in the chat. It's important to pay attention to management of biases. And third, place more emphasis on intercultural dialogue and diversity of voices in the MIL framework in youth civic engagement, and amplify voices from all communities with or without internet access. So the use of new or social media, as well as traditional and folk media in mainstreaming mail, will help ensure that connected and disconnected communities will be reached and heard. So that ends my presentation. If you have any questions or clarifications or comments, please feel free to leave them in the chat box and I'll address them during the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Terese, for the wonderful presentation, presenting the findings of your research and particularly the recommendations of the on media and information literacy, and emphasizing on the intercultural dialogue and trying to make it more participatory by including diverse voices. Thank you so much for the presentation. I'll now shift to Dr. Dokora and Majiko and Mavesera for their presentation on the role of media and information literacies in combating COVID-19 infodemic, some experiences from Zimbabwe. Over to the team, please. May I request the Zimbabwe team to come in and make their presentation? Dr. Dokora, Dr. Mavesera,
Hello.
good evening, good afternoon. It's your team's time now to make the presentation, please.
Just trying to say our presentation.
Do you have a presentation to share on screen, or will you be speaking?
Hello.
Yes, please.
Yes, we are just sharing our presentation.
Your audio is a bit choppy. May I know who's going to make the presentation on behalf of the Zimbabwe team?
Dr. Dokora is presenting. Hello. Yes, Dr. Dokora is presenting. It's just connecting. He's putting it on slideshow.
Hello.
Good evening, Dr. Dokura.
Good evening. Yes, sorry for the hiccup. I hope the screen is sufficiently wide.
Absolutely.
We are speaking to the role of media and information literacies, NIL, in combating COVID-19 infodemic. And we are sharing some experiences from Zimbabwe. Already in the presentation in this session, as well as in the previous one, there have been echoes that relate to what we are presenting. So we will go straight into it with some basic facts on the Republic of Zimbabwe. And I don't intend to go through every one of those items that are presented. That the relationship between the rural population and urban, I understand my
Dokura, do you want to put up your presentation?
Yes, I want to. I'm just wondering why I'm not visible.
No, your screen is visible.
Am I visible now? The
Your
screen is visible.
You just have to double click on the presentation, perhaps.
Am I visible now with the screen? But you can't see my screen.
We can't see your presentation. We can see your computer screen. You need to put up your presentation.
Let me try again.
Yes. Yes. Yes, your presentation is visible now.
You can see the screen now.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry for the. Okay, thank you. I will acknowledge that I've lost. I acknowledge I've lost a few minutes of my presentation already. So we will try and be as brief as we can be. The matters that we are dealing with, the role of media and information literacies, and I'm aware that there's a basic thing about media and information. We are talking about just literacy, but we think in terms of literacies, and this will be part of the argument to say, how else do we see these matters? Some basic information in helping persons locate Zimbabwe right in the middle of the Southern African zone of Africa there. And then the country statistics. What is key, of course, for us is the relationship between the population, the urban population and the rural population. You can see in the statistics, 68%, according to the World Bank, in 2017, are rural. Therefore, when you talk in terms of the penetration of the internet in 2017 at 50.8%, you have to be saying to yourself, of that penetration, how many are located in the rural areas? Otherwise, you have what is possibly a hallmark of the most of the developing countries, an urban population that is information rich, or that is media rich, as opposed to a much larger population that has scarcity of access to information, whether accurate or inaccurate. At this stage, it may not matter. And an important statistic here also is this one, which talks to the functional literacy at 92.4%. That's according to the UNDP index of 2015. And the median age, again, looks at that statistic. It's an important statistic, and I'm sure it's not unique to Zimbabwe, 18.7 years as the median age in the, so very young population, and quite clearly with a large capacity to experiment, to consume, etc. In the circumstances. So the pandemic is unfolding during the information, during the UNESCO, where access to information is a right, as contained in the Rome Principles. But of course, what the pandemic has illustrated and demonstrated to everyone is that everyone has had to restart. So the developed countries, the developing countries find themselves in a condition of migrancy, because the new normal cannot be explained in any other way except that we all have to be learning anew how to live together, how to reconnect, how to re-anchor those things that normally are visible, repeatable, and are a source of some assurance that things are as they are said to be. And so we look at the media and the ubiquity with which ease of access to both formal and informal communication has raised concerns with regard to the population's understanding of the nature of the current pandemic. And of course, we make the clear distinction between traditional media and the network, some reference in the conference so far to the kind of power of alternative sources of information. While the traditional media may try and give a straight line delivery of what information, accurate information may be, or even if it may be looked at as suspect, but health information delivered in this way. But the networks go into overdrive as well to either underplay that information, relook at it, reevaluate, etc. And by the time it gets perhaps to the last mile of communication, it is a totally different character. And then, of course, we look at the way in which that impacts on perception and development. In COVID-19, of course, the modern world has a perfect example of a crisis in a connected global world with significant digital space. What it means is that what happens in China and what happens in the United States and what happens in India, what happens in the northern part of the globe becomes instant information that is available to some segments of a nation's population. How it is then decentralized to the rest of the population may be subject to what Dr. Emmanuel from France was talking about, the geopolitics of that penetration of that information in the population itself. And of course, we situate the World Health Organization at the center of this pandemic, who began to articulate that if we know everything about the virus, including how it started, etc., we'll be in a better position to manage it and perhaps develop the mechanism to have vaccines against the virus. But clearly, the scientific quest has come under huge strain during the pandemic, with the policy and the politics playing out in the glare of a flood of information or the infodemic systems. Where is certainty? And I appreciate the previous presenter who said that science, of course, does not provide certainty, but provides transitional statements, propositional statements But of course, in the outside enclave of science, there's always been the perception that science is categorical. And now, under the pandemic stress and strains, it's clear there is no certainty. Now, the pandemic, we could say, has been redefining the world. In what way? Changing the world geopolitical balance, and those references I make there are available in the narrative of this presentation. And they say, thinking therefore that there's need to adjust to the new reality in which China has started to play a peer rival of the United States. And this is information that trickles down to the smallest guy in the village sometimes. And then the global power transitioning that is taking place, is the North still steady? And of course, Europe was confronting, at the time of the start of the pandemic, was confronting the pandemic in body bags. And we provide some statistics there at the time where those numbers resonates. 714, 921 from worldometer calculations there, I mean, records. And then, of course, Britain, fairly modest numbers, but still large numbers compared to what was happening in Africa. And then, of course, in the national circumstance of Zimbabwe, the hallmark of the start of the signaling that we are in a pandemic was marked by the two presidential addresses. And these were on the 17th of March and 23rd of March, with the declaration of a state of disaster in terms of a section of the Health Protection Act. What that meant was, of course, that that declaration signaled the start of corrective action by the state and also the civil authorities to begin a process of containment of the pandemic. And that then is reflected in what we say in the next few statements there. The closure of ports of entry and exit, the initial round was for some 3 weeks, which was then extended for a further 14 days, and subsequently it has been extended indefinitely to allow for the control of the contagion as it were. There has been some promulgation of curfew regulations, initially 6 o'clock in the morning to about 6 in the evening, and subsequently this has been somewhat relaxed so that companies and so on can engage in work up to about 4:30 in the afternoon, 4:30 in the afternoon. They start off, of course, the usual 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning. Then, of course, this regulation of what each enterprise must do at the front office or at the main gate. In other words, the maintenance of the hand washing, the mandatory testing of temperature, and of course, promoting and observing social distancing. There were some specific structures that were created, and some of these have kind of created some significant impact in the society, in the country. At the national level, is the National COVID-19 Task Force. And that task force, as we indicate in the narrative, was headed by one of the vice presidents of the Republic. That signals the huge COVID-19 was regarded by the by the state, by the government. Then, following from the national COVID-19 task force, you have the provincial structure or provincial structures in the 10 provinces. And these provincial structures, because they were closer now to population, also had what are called enforcers in the structure. But principally, it is to maintain the messaging coming from the national, to maintain that messaging in as crisp and clear manner to those provinces. And below the provinces, of course, the district COVID-19 teams that monitored the sub-district levels. But, and this is very important, below the sub-district units, there are no community teams. With these arrangements in place, we then ask the question, what kind of messaging has been underway? And I want to just underline the fact that below the sub-district teams, there are no community teams there that operate. It's individuals, it's families, it's homesteads, it's heads of villages that are in their normal state, as it were, in the villages. Then, of course, the principal messaging from the national has been COVID has no cure. And I think this has been said again and again. Symptoms, and these were described, flu-like symptoms, sore throat, etc., emphasized. And then, of course, general indications on testing and perhaps taking on the prophylactic remedies as guided by health experts. Again, I want to emphasize the idea, the special status of the sciences close to this pandemic. Then staying indoors, social distancing, and the wearing of masks as part of the emphasis of this toolkit for prevention of infection through COVID. Language and the multiply determined environments. I say multiply determined environments, or we argue in this way, because in a sense, the hype was also principally in the English language. And I know Dr. Sriva from India spoke about the indigenous communities over there in India. And of course, while the communication was principally in the English language, it also emphasized in the statistics the externality of the infection rates. In other words, the internal or the local population was fairly safe, but when returnees or persons who are working in South Africa, working on shipping lines, etc., when they came back to the country, they were the first kind of category of persons to be tested. And it is from there that the initial positive cases emerged. And therefore, the internal perception was that it is these returnees that are carrying COVID-19. And within the nation, of course, the assumption would follow that maybe not much to worry about. And this is at the local perception level. The returnees were in quarantine for 21 days, and the period was subsequently reduced to 14 days in conformity with the WHO indications and updates. Now, I just indicate here the language of statistics. And just as I said that we are wanting to say, how do these statistics get interpreted at the local level? So you have Zimbabwe statistics come March 26. How many cases? 2. Total cases 3. This is from the previous day, 25. Of course, new deaths 0, and so on. And then you have your March 27, and the figures are fairly modest in the new cases category as you go down there. And then total cases, and then new deaths, completely 0, over a consecutive period of 4 days following the declaration of the state of disaster by the national president. Now, how did people interpret this? That we were in a safe zone, that we were far away from where the problem was, and we look in the next set, the statistics that reflect world trends at the same time, or the 4 days of March, when we started our own kind of lockdown system. And as you can see, and I will not read all, the indications are there, the figures are large, etc. Where we have total cases sometimes, or new cases relating to 0, 0, and so on, and look at the world statistics. How do local people make sense of statistics? It is not assumed, it should never be assumed that they will read correctly. But, well, it doesn't mean we have no problem. We simply have to be ready. And then, of course, we have the July trends for Zimbabwe. You can see now the new cases beginning July 26, escalating to 213 by July 30. And then, of course, total cases begin to accumulate to this kind of figure, 3,092. And you're looking at this in a population of about 15 million. And the new deaths have also picked up. And more importantly, I think, in this group of statistics, is the way in which, as I said, the externality phenomenon gradually changes to also become local infection and multiplying infections internally. And for lay persons in these areas, it then takes a little longer to appreciate that, in fact, we have a danger and we need the kind of regime that controls the rise of infection. And of course, the world figures show the trends that also. So we took the same kind of period and made comparative. Let me rush now because I lost time at the beginning. And so the intensity of COVID pandemic at the local level may not be understood fully because of the numbers that the local situation was able to detect. It doesn't mean that our infection level was that low. It may simply reflect the fact that we were testing those that were at most risk. You've been working on a shipping line, you're coming from some foreign country, etc., and these become subject to testing. But the rest of the population, yes, when you become ill, then you necessarily get tested. So you look at the Zimbabwe trends and world trends and new cases, etc., in that block of time. Then, of course, the ratios to say, okay, 1 to 26, and of course, those figures suggest, yes, we are in a leapfrogging phase towards the end of July there. The numbers show some significance. Indigenous language exemplar, we have indigenous poets who have been using languages that are not necessarily on the radar at national level, but who now begin to kind of raise awareness, some of it correct, but others of it not correct. And we've done a broad interpretation of that indigenous rendition. I will not play the snippet of the audio because it won't have much relevance here. But I think I want to underline some of the things that are said in the indigenous language, which may be lost to the dominant language that is used in the official communication. In fact, these languages are acknowledged officially, although they may not have adequate play on air. We will say something about that in the recommendation. Look at this phrase that says in the indigenous language, they live like animals with masks covering mouths and noses. The ears have become extended and elongated with elastic bands on their back edges. Now, if the matter was as serious as death-causing as COVID-19, and it's given this rendition in the indigenous language. Unless we are alert and aware of it, there will be a lot of giggling in the receiving community and lack of seriousness. And at the same time, you can also see the way in which they believe, or this poet believes, the disease has turned us into some kind of low-level creatures. And this would be one such example. But of course, principle, of course, is sharing phobia, warning, and expressing anxiety. Unless we know, we will not be able to assist in unpacking and communicating an appropriate message. Now, I'll come to the finale here. And there are three things that we have suggested. A policy stance that the national government has already taken is highly appreciated, where through statutory instrument promulgated at the beginning of this year in March, community radios have been to begin to put together structures and so on. But we think that beyond that enabling statutory instrument, there ought to be a supportive funding mechanism for those community radio stations as life-saving institutions through this pandemic. And of course, they can rely as part of their programming for quotas from the national broadcaster, and subsequently they can go into cost recovery mechanism. Because we cannot wait to say, let them find the money to set up the structure. Let them be assisted, rather, is the correct approach in this way. But certainly the liberalization of the sector is appreciated. And then, of course, you have more media and the statistical literacy skills that should be cultivated to enable citizen empowerment in the light of the infodemic. It is very important for us to say, of the 15 languages, for instance, in our national constitution, how many of those languages can usefully be developed and worked with to ensure that the ordinary person who may principally operate in that language has some idea, some sense of where we are with regard to the pandemic. And lastly, in the recommendation, we talk about the multidisciplinary and the multilingual task forces that should characterize the response mechanisms that unpack the pandemic. We spoke of those of the national task force, the provincial team, the district level, but in none of these do you get a conscious inclusion of social scientists, of psychologists, etc. And we think these social sciences are key in helping people understand where they are, and they should also be able to advise the natural scientists, colleagues in the teams, that putting an issue across to people in this way may have a different kind of interpretation. So I want to thank my colleagues that have been with me, Dr. Maria Serra, who is in one of the screens here, and Mr. Maxiko, who has helped us prepare in this paper. And of course, we look forward to also interacting with others in the course of the conference. But we may fly you out of Africa sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dokura, for your in-depth presentation and pointing out the absence of community teams while dealing with COVID-19 back home, and also mentioning my personal special interest on creating a framework to work with community radios in Zimbabwe and trying to make it more participatory in terms of, working with information, particularly on COVID-19. Thank you so much to you and your team. I now open the platform for discussion. And before I open the platform for discussion, I must thank all my panel presenters for sticking to the time that was given to them. We still have about, shall I say, 20 minutes for the discussion. So
We saved the time.
please feel free to ask the question. Thank you so much.
Hello, Professor Vasuki.
Yes, sir.
It was proposed in the sessions that the participants will post their questions in the chat box, and the chairperson has to give chance each speaker to answer to those questions.
Okay, I'll be happy to do that as well.
Please.
Professor Ramon Tuazon, do you want to respond to any questions that?
5 minutes to respond.
No issues or concerns have been raised, but if I will be allowed, I'd like to summarize my points that I would like to emphasize. First, I think we should realize that COVID-19 made obvious all issues or problems, just as it brought into our attention issues and problems which have pre-existed COVID-19 but not given attention. For example, what are some of these old issues? One is the information divide, the information rich and the information poor. Two, technology divide. And three, the consistent threats to freedom of expression and freedom of information. However, COVID-19 also brought in our attention many issues which have been pre-existing or existing before COVID, but not given adequate attention. Some of these are the power of technology companies, especially transnational technology companies, especially our total dependence on technology during this lockdown or quarantine. Then the perception of low level of science and even health literacy amongst the people. And third, science and technology not given adequate and appropriate attention by mass media. All these need policy studies and policy recommendations based on database, based on data, so that they can be appropriately or adequately addressed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ramon. Dr. Tatiana, you were mentioning about an initiative that you have taken up in Russia. Could you please expand on that and also answer any questions that people may have asked you?
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate the interest of our audience expressed to our project. We are sure that meal literate teachers, it's a crucial point and very important issue. I saw some questions about our media information literacy learning course for teachers. So I would like to explain in a couple words that this is the course, a mobile course in the micro-learning format for self-education for teachers. Unfortunately, in Russian-speaking countries, meal is not integrated into teacher curricula. So we choose this mode to reach our audience, to elaborate and promote self-education course for teachers in micro-learning mode. So each subject is divided into small text pieces accompanied with some video and some graphics. Easy to learn in 10-15 minutes every day in order to raise your level of meal literacy. Of course, this format of education needs strong motivation from the audience, and this is I think that this is our role to play to promote the necessity, the idea of meal and the necessity to I forgot the word to raise your awareness in this field. So this is our idea and our project, and now we are piloting our Russian language course with UNESCO associated schools in Russia. And then we will use this course in our project with IFAP on teacher education, and we will try to bring more attention to the meal and to elaborate some ways to integrate meal education for teachers. For example, in Russia, in main pedagogical university, Moscow State Pedagogical University, we cooperated with UNESCO chair on meal in this university, and we succeed to introduce some basic course for master teachers, for all teachers, for all subjects, mathematics, physics, geography, doesn't matter. This small basic introductory course on meal were integrated into master curricula in this university. So we have some experience, we have some best practices, and I'm sure we should share and exchange these practices, and every day we should raise the importance of meal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tatiana. I have shared my email ID in the chat window. I'll also write to you separately, but
yes, please.
I'm very interested in knowing more about your project, and I'm sure
yes,
other participants would also be interested. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you.
Professor Terese, do you want to make any closing remarks or answer questions from the audiences?
Yes, there was a question from Dr. Helen Amunga. She asked, as most developed countries move fast towards meal, the LDC and developing countries have little to show for information literacy efforts. It remains a relatively new concept even at university level. What would be the best approach by stakeholders to bring these countries up? First, I'd like to note that in the Philippines, although MIL is already a core course in senior high school, there are still challenges such as the lack of teacher training, which is why I'm also interested in what Dr. Tatiana shared about the teacher training program. But going back to your question on the best approach in increasing MIL efforts, as we found through our research, integrating MIL into education is not enough. We need more stakeholders to get on board in MIL mainstreaming, and one way is to engage with non-government and civil society organizations such as the youth organizations, which is what we did in our case, so they can integrate MIL into their own policies and then help in advocating for MIL policies through the government. And for our project, we partnered with a government agency responsible for youth development in the country, which is the National Youth Commission. And some may criticize this move for a number of reasons, such as participation in the project may be politicized. But we believe in the importance of critical engagement with the government to push forward our agenda. And because of our partnership with the Commission, we were able to get their commitment in promoting the proposed MIL framework in youth civic engagement among youth organizations across the Philippines. So that's over 1,000 youth organizations in the government's network, something we may not be able to do if we were just working on our own. So if we act alone, our impact will be limited. So again, critical engagement with government is key, but it would be good to start with civil society and non-government organizations.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Dokura and team, Would you like to make any remarks or answer questions that may have come up in the chat window?
We've checked the chat window. We thank the comments that have been made by colleagues from arising out of this session. We note also the fact that we in Zimbabwe, and particularly within the Unispace, where we are collaborating as 5 universities within the country, would certainly benefit from further field linkages to deal with the matters that build resilience among indigenous communities. And we think that the comment from colleague from Kenya and also further afield would be most favorable for the setting up of collaborations in the sector. We also feel very strongly that wherever we can across the globe, I think, let this fight against the COVID-19 be a multidisciplinary engagement. I think that for too long, the consequences of exclusion of certain knowledge forms has certainly had an impact on what we have been, as a world, been touting as a globalization and so on. And suddenly we find we're all migrants. So we have to restart together properly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dokura. Thank you all for your patient hearing through the session. I thank all my panelists for their wonderful presentations and the feedback from the other participants. I now hand it over to Professor Prabhakara for his closing remarks.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Vasuki, for chairing the session. On behalf of the organizing committee, I also thank speakers for their wonderful presentations. Before closing this session, I would like to ask Helen Amung to respond, because yesterday she could not respond to the questions, clarifications. There was a technical problem on her side. So Helen, could you please respond now? Helen?
Yeah.
Helen?
She's here.
Yeah.
Hello.
Helen?
Yeah.
Could you please respond?
Okay, thank
for your
you.
presentation, yesterday's presentation.
Okay, thank you. I missed out on the questions because of a power blackout, but I remember there was a question about what we would be doing to ensure that the citizens could be, brought on board about accepting information from the government. And I think today's session, the last session that we've just had, has really opened up my eyes, really, about MIL, because without literacy, without information literacy skills, and with, on the part of the government, and also without ethics in all that the government officials do, we cannot go far as COVID-19 or any other pandemic is concerned. So I think my emphasis is simply about information ethics, information literacy, and opening up space for information access for all. I think that will be my emphasis. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you very much. So before closing this today's conference, I would like to make a couple of announcements rather. Number one, that tomorrow we'll have a little long session, in the sense that tomorrow we'll have valediction also. In the valediction, on behalf of the organizing committee, we are going to introduce a historical document, which is called Hyderabad Declaration, by making some recommendations on various on different priority areas of IFAP to UNESCO. So that draft document will be uploaded in the conference website tomorrow morning. I request all participants, all speakers to have a look at the document before coming to the conference so that you can give your inputs and to the recommendations and to the document. And this document will be submitted to UNESCO on behalf of the conference. So I request once again all participants to have a look at the document tomorrow before coming to the conference. And the second is that, okay, today we will discuss, and tomorrow, as usual, the third day, last day of the conference, we will meet at 16 hours India time. Thank you very much. Thank you once again. Have a nice day. Thank you. I request our partners to stay for a while. That is South Africa, Brazil, India, and Russia. Only partners. Hello.
Hello, Prof. Rao.
Yeah. Karthik?
Happy?
Yes, sir.
What is the problem? You should speak loudly, could say.
Say again.
Sir, just give me 2 minutes.
Yeah.
We clear the other participants.
Yeah. You keep only partners and Dorothy, how are you?
I'm good. Congratulations on a good day, though you had a few time challenges.
Yeah.
I think we are back on track.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, with the extra long session, you have to be very disciplined. Everybody will have to chair the way you chair, which is the best way to chair.
No, but it is nice that all speakers are stick to their time yesterday and today also.
Yeah.
And it is going in a
very, very interesting papers there.
Yeah.
And I actually am the editor of one of the editorial board of the Journal on Cyber Policy. So I will go through the papers. Maybe we will find some that can be published there.
Okay. Where is Jilwan? Hello, Jilwan.
Not there.
Where is he?
He's not on the.
He has left already.
Looks like.
Kuzmin?
Kuzmin was there. I don't know. He left.
I think he is. Karthik is actually.
No, you talk to.
Sir, no, I am removing some other participants. Sir.
Oh, okay. No problem. Take your time.
But Kuzmin.
Prof. Rao, I don't think you need me for this meeting, huh?
No, we need you always. It is you have to decide whether we need you or not.
No, I will leave you. If you have anything that you need me for, you know how to get to me. Just give me a telegram call. I'm available.
Okay.
All right.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you.
Good luck.
Okay,
Bye.
nice. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Prof. Rao.
Sir, in the group, we have Rachel, poets, Showprasad, sir, and his
What about Kuzmin and
I think they have left. They have left earlier.
You sent a message. You sent a message. Kuzmin was here just till a few minutes ago. Maybe he thought he is not required. You just send him a message to join.
Okay. Now